This is relaxation content, not medical or psychological advice. You're safe here. You don't need to fix anything tonight. The room is quiet, and your body has been holding a weight you didn't choose to carry, something that isn't yours to hold anymore. And one gentle note. Before we go further, this is a place to rest, not medical advice, and it is no substitute for professional care. If sleep keeps being hard, night after night, a licensed healthcare professional is the right person to walk that with you. For tonight, there is nothing to fix. You're lying down with your eyes closed, and the space around you feels still. There's no sound but the soft hum of the house, settling after the day's movement. You may not have noticed it before now, but your hands are clenched slightly at your sides, like they're waiting for a request that hasn't come yet. Your jaw is tight just under your teeth, and your shoulders press up toward your ears, as if bracing against an invisible weight. The breath in your chest moves shallowly, just enough to keep you alive, but not enough to let go. You've been checking on everyone else all day, whether the person who needed a call remembered to eat, whether the one whose tone felt off had time to rest, whether someone was quietly waiting for a response that never came. You thought about it while folding laundry, while brushing your teeth, while standing in line at the grocery store, your mind running through what you might say or do if they reached out. Now you're here, and still your thoughts keep drifting toward their comfort, their mood, whether they're okay, even though no one has messaged, even though it's past 10 o'clock, and silence is not a signal of distress. It's just silence. You don't need to respond to what isn't there. There's no need to monitor how others are doing in this moment. No need to anticipate their reactions or soften the ground for any disappointment they might feel tomorrow. The only thing that matters right now is your body, and you're allowed to let go of being needed tonight. You don't have to be useful anymore. You don't need to prepare an apology before it's even asked for. You don't have to imagine what someone else would want from you if they were speaking, or how their face might change when the words come out wrong. Let that part of your mind rest. Let them be just as they are, unseen, unasked for, and not in need of repair by you. Your hands don't have to stay ready. They can soften now. The fingers uncurl from whatever shape they've been holding all day. The one that says, "I'm here. I'll help. I'll fix it." Let them rest on the sheets. Let your palms face up, open and empty. There's no need to carry anything tonight. Your jaw can release its tight grip. The muscles along your neck can unclench. You don't have to keep your shoulders lifted like they're holding something heavy. They can sink down into the mattress, just like the rest of you is sinking now. You don't need to be on alert for a sound from another room. No one needs you right this minute. The silence isn't an invitation to listen harder. It's permission to stop listening at all. Let your chest open slightly with each breath. Let air move through you without needing to plan what it will do next. You're not preparing to speak or apologize or explain something that hasn't been asked for. The thought about whether someone is still waiting, even though they aren't, can be left behind. The worry about what might happen if no one says anything can stay where it is, in the quiet space between your thoughts and the wall, without being acted on. You don't need to fix their feelings. You don't have to make sure they're okay before you rest. Your body knows how to relax, even when the mind keeps looping through what's left undone. Let that knowing take over now. Let go of trying to be ready for anything, because tonight, being ready isn't necessary. Tonight, just being is enough. You are not required to care about every outcome. You don't have to hold space for everyone else's discomfort while you're lying here with your eyes closed. That kind of caring doesn't need to happen in the dark when no one's watching. It's okay that you've been holding on so long. It's okay that your body remembers how to brace even when there's nothing left to brace against. But tonight, it can stop. Your hands don't have to be full anymore. Your shoulders don't need to carry anything. You don't need to keep yourself in shape for someone else's emotional needs. Let the weight of being useful fall away like a coat you've worn too long. Let it drop onto the floor beside your bed, where it belongs, and then step out of it. The air around you is still and warm. The sheets are soft beneath you. You don't have to be anything right now, except what you already are. Someone who has been trying hard, breathing, resting, existing. There's no expectation that you need to do more. No one is watching or waiting for your next move. There is no test of worth tied to how many people feel comfortable because of you. You can let the concern for others rest in its own place, just like every other thought that doesn't belong here, now. Your breath moves in and out without needing to be perfect. It's not a performance. It's just movement. Your body continuing on, quietly, steadily, with no one asking it to prove anything. Let your attention settle into the warmth of your skin. Notice how the blanket covers you from shoulder to foot. How even the slight pressure against your legs feels like safety rather than burden. You don't have to be someone's relief. You don't have to be their comfort or their anchor. You're not responsible for whether they sleep well tonight. Your mind doesn't need to run through what might go wrong tomorrow. That can wait until tomorrow, or it can stay in the dark, just like everything else that isn't urgent right now. Let your body feel its own weight, not as a duty, but as presence. Feel how you're held by the mattress beneath you, supported without having to do anything in return. There's no need to be on standby for an emotional emergency. No one has sent a message. No one is calling. The phone sits untouched beside your bed. It isn't ringing. There are no notifications. That silence means something. It means you're allowed not to respond. You can stop rehearsing what you'll say if someone asks for help. You don't have to prepare an answer or a tone or a way of softening the truth before saying it. Your heart doesn't need to race ahead of time. Your chest doesn't need to tighten in anticipation of being needed. It's not happening now. It won't happen until it happens. Whatever that might be. You're allowed to stay here, lying still, just breathing, letting your muscles unclench one by one, like water seeping into dry earth. The tension in your jaw can melt away slowly, like ice under a warm sun. The tightness between your shoulder blades can loosen, as if something inside you has finally found space to release. Your breath doesn't have to be deep or slow. It just needs to be yours. It moves through you without needing permission, without needing to fix anything. There's no need to worry about what someone might think if they don't hear from you. There's no reason for your mind to race ahead and imagine their disappointment before it happens. You're not failing them by resting. You're not being cruel by not checking on every detail of their day, even though you've done so all week. You can let go of needing to be noticed as useful. The world doesn't require you to carry everyone's ease in your hands. Your body is no longer braced for someone else's request. It isn't waiting for a knock at the door or an incoming message. There's nothing left to answer tonight. The only thing that matters right now is this breath and what it feels like to be here, just lying down, eyes closed, weightless in your own skin. You don't have to be responsible for anyone else's peace. You don't need to hold the ground so they won't fall. Let yourself sink deeper into the mattress, not because you're tired, but because you're allowed to stop trying. The room is quiet. The light from outside has faded completely. There's no sound but your breath moving in and out of your body. Your breath lingers at the edge of awareness, not because you're holding it, but because your body has slowed to a pace where even stillness feels alive. There's no need to guide it. Just let it be what it is. Soft, quiet, moving through you like air, passing through a hollow reed. You don't have to listen for the next sound that might pull you back into attention. The room stays deep in its own hush, untouched by urgency. No footstep echoes from downstairs. No creak of floorboards above. Even your thoughts are quieting, no longer rushing ahead to fix what hasn't happened yet. The blanket still lies over you, not as a shield, but as something that simply is. Its weight is familiar now, not like pressure, not like demand, but like the way sunlight settles on skin after long hours indoors. Gentle. It doesn't ask for anything in return. You don't have to earn its warmth by being attentive or present or available. The fabric holds you without needing your approval. That's how safety works sometimes. Quietly, without ceremony. You can feel the heat rising from your chest and shoulders, not because you're tense, but because your body is remembering what it means to be still. There's no effort in this warmth. It doesn't have to be justified or explained. The air around you is thick with calm, like dust settling after a long day. You don't need to clear the room of anything. No one came here to leave something behind, and nothing was left that needs picking up. Your hands rest on your stomach, palms open, fingers loose, not curled into fists, not braced for a call, not ready to reach out or hold someone else's hand in dreams. They're just there, resting, no longer pretending they might be needed elsewhere. The space between your fingers is soft with stillness, not empty, but full of quiet, like soil after rain, not waiting for planting, but simply holding what it has. Your shoulders drop a fraction lower than before, just enough to let go of the invisible weight you've carried all evening. You don't have to carry anything now. The air above them feels lighter, less pressing. Your neck unknits slowly, like threads coming apart after being tied too tightly for hours. There's no need to keep your head up, to stay alert in case someone needs a voice or an answer. No one is waiting. You don't have to be the person who remembers things. What was said at dinner, what color shirt they wore yesterday, whether anyone looked tired when you last saw them. You aren't responsible for their memory, just as you're not responsible for their peace. That's not your task tonight. The past doesn't need revisiting. Tomorrow's to-do list won't appear in the dark. Your skin feels like it belongs to you, only yours, not a surface that needs polishing or proving its usefulness. It isn't waiting for someone else's touch, nor does it have to be beautiful to be worthy of rest. There's no gaze on you now, and that absence is not loneliness, it's release. No one is watching how you lie down. No one is measuring your stillness against their need. The darkness around you grows deeper, not a void, but a kind of soft enclosure, like the inside of an old wooden chest where things are kept safe. It doesn't demand anything. It just holds what's given to it. You don't have to explain yourself here. No one asks why you're not moving. No one wonders if you've forgotten something. You can feel your heartbeat now, not as a signal, not as an alarm, but simply as motion within your chest, a quiet rhythm, steady and unhurried. It's not racing towards someone else's need or trying to compensate for silence in another room. It's just beating, just being, like water moving slowly through roots underground. Your breath moves again, not with effort, but with ease. In, out. Not fast enough to be noticed, not slow enough to seem like a performance. You don't have to time it. You don't have to count it. There's no rule saying you must breathe in 4 counts and out 6. It doesn't need to follow any pattern except the one your body chooses. The mattress beneath you has long since stopped being just a surface. It's become part of you, like the shape of your bones or the curve of your spine. You're sinking into it not because you want to escape, but because you're allowed to stay. The sheets aren't asking for anything from you. They don't need you to be kind, attentive, ready, or strong. Even your eyelids feel weightless, not tight with effort, not held open by worry. They've closed and stayed that way, no longer guarding against the dark, no longer trying to keep things out. The space behind them is warm and quiet, like a small room lit only by memory. Your jaw unclenches further, just a little more, as if something inside you has finally let go of holding on. There's nothing left to protect. No one needs your careful tone or polite reassurance. You don't have to soften anything for anyone anymore. There's no need to be the person who says, "I'm fine," when you're not. No one is listening, so there's no performance required. Even if you were tired, exhausted, even you wouldn't have to justify it with a story or an excuse. You don't have to earn your rest. The quiet isn't empty. It's full of the kind of peace that doesn't need names. No one has left a note on your pillow. No message waits in the inbox. No voice asks you to come back into the world for just another second. The silence is not absence. It's presence too. The space where being unneeded is not failure, but freedom. Your arms lie along your sides, not stiff with readiness, not folded like a shield. They're simply there, open, relaxed, no longer keeping watch. You don't have to hold up anything for anyone else. The air around you feels lighter because you've stopped trying to carry it all yourself. You can feel the coolness of the floor beneath your feet, not as discomfort, but as something distant and unimportant. It doesn't matter that they're bare. That's not a sign of neglect or lack, just how things are right now. You don't have to fix anything. There's no one waiting for you to stand up. You don't need to be the person who makes sure everything is okay. The world isn't fragile because you stop watching it. It keeps turning, even when you're not part of its rhythm. The softness in your chest spreads outward, not as emotion, but as space. A quiet clearing where thoughts no longer press against each other. There's room to just be, without having to do anything with that being. You don't have to turn it into something meaningful or useful. Your breath slows again, just a little more, like waves retreating from the shore after a long night of movement. No rush, no need to return, just letting go, one moment at a time. The darkness is no longer just what's outside. It's inside you now too, not as fear, but as calm, like water filling a basin that has been waiting for it all along. You don't have to be ready for tomorrow. You don't even need to remember how the day ended. The night doesn't care about your plans or your worries. It simply holds you here, this moment, this breath, this stillness, with no conditions attached. Your body isn't on duty anymore. No one is calling. There's nothing left to do. Not now. Not ever in this space. You're not required to be anything more than what you are. Lying down, eyes closed, breathing, present, just resting. And that is enough. Your fingers rest along your sides, not curled into fists or flattened against fabric as if testing for resistance. They aren't waiting. They don't remember what it feels like to be needed. The skin on your knuckles is soft, unmarked by effort. No calluses from holding things too tightly. There's a quiet between them now, the space where nothing asks to be held, and so there's room to simply let go. The air in the room doesn't shift because you're still breathing. It stays still not out of obligation, but because it belongs to this moment. You don't have to make it comfortable for anyone. No one is here to say whether it's too cool or too warm. The temperature isn't a test, and your body isn't being judged by how well it adapts. Your shoulders sink, not collapsed, not defeated, just released from the weight of carrying what doesn't belong to you. They settle into the mattress like two small hills that have finally stopped resisting gravity. There's no need to keep them raised in case someone calls. No one is waiting at the edge of your awareness. You don't have to brace for the sound of a voice or prepare an answer before it arrives. There's a softness behind your ribs, something not like emotion, but more like release. It spreads slowly, without urgency, as if something inside you has remembered how to unspool, not undone, not broken, just loosened. A thread that was pulled taut for so long finally slips through the eye of its needle and falls away. Your breath moves in a rhythm that isn't shaped by worry or anticipation. It doesn't quicken when you think about what might be left unsaid. It doesn't deepen to soothe someone else's silence. It simply comes and goes, like air passing over a stone at the bottom of a stream, gentle, natural, unnoticed. The weight in your chest isn't pressure anymore. It's not holding anything down. It's just there. The quiet presence of being alive without needing to perform it. You don't have to prove that you're present by speaking or show that you care by staying awake. Your body knows how to rest, even when the mind hasn't caught up. The light from outside has faded completely now, not through any effort on your part, but because night has taken its place with no fanfare. The dark isn't a void. It's not empty space waiting for you to fill it. It doesn't demand anything of you. It simply is. And in that being, there's room. You can feel the edge of the blanket where it drapes over your hips, not tucked under, not pulled tight against your legs. It lies loosely, like something that has given up on fixing itself. The fabric breathes with you. It doesn't need to be perfect. It isn't waiting for a correction or an adjustment. Your feet are bare, and the floor beneath them is cool, but not cold enough to startle, not sharp enough to demand attention. You don't have to move them, stretch them, rub their soles. They're just there, resting in stillness. The distance between your toes and whatever lies beyond this bed doesn't matter. It isn't a boundary you need to cross. There's no sound from the hallway, no creak of floorboard, no murmur through walls. not because everything is silent, but because silence isn't something that needs defending. You don't have to listen for danger or waiting. You're not responsible for what might come next. Even your thoughts are quieter now, not silenced, not erased, but softened at the edges. They drift like dust in a sunbeam, visible, present, but no longer pressing down on you. There's no reason to chase them away, and no need to hold on to any of them. You don't have to make sense of what they're saying. You don't even have to understand why they came. The room holds your shape without needing it filled with purpose. The walls aren't measuring how long you stay still. They don't care if you fall asleep now or later. There's no timer ticking in the air above you, no clock that waits for a signal from your body. You can feel the softness of your own skin, how it doesn't need to be praised or protected. It just exists where it is, warm, still, unguarded. You don't have to explain why it looks tired or apologize for how it's resting. No one sees it but you, and even then, not with judgment. The weight of your head on the pillow isn't a burden. It's an offering, a surrender. You've stopped trying to keep yourself upright in case someone needs support. There's no need to stay alert for signals or cues. The world doesn't require your attention anymore. Your hands are open, not as invitation, not as readiness, but because they don't know how else to be. They aren't reaching for anything. They're not curling into fists in preparation for the next request. They just rest where they've fallen, palms up, fingers loose, no tension anywhere. There's a quiet hum in your body now, not noise, but stillness that vibrates at its own frequency. It isn't restless, it isn't searching. It's just living in the moment between breaths, the pause before sound returns. The air inside you feels clean, not because anything was removed, but because nothing has been added. You don't have to fill yourself with intention or explanation. You are allowed to be unoccupied, unprepared, untouched by expectation. No one is waiting for your approval. No one needs a final word from you before they can move on. There's no unfinished business in this moment. No thread left hanging that must be tied before sleep comes. You don't have to remember what happened earlier today. You don't need to replay conversations or fix misunderstandings that aren't real anymore. The past isn't knocking at your door. It doesn't demand to be acknowledged now. Even the idea of being needed fades, not because you stop caring, but because care no longer needs to be performed. You can love without offering yourself. You can wish well for others without holding on to their outcomes. Your breath slows again, just a fraction more, as if it's finding its way home through a long night, not rushing toward anything, not fleeing from any weight, just flowing, like water finding the lowest point in the earth. The darkness behind your eyes isn't empty. It's full of the kind of quiet that doesn't speak but is still heard. You don't have to name it or explain why you're here. The night doesn't ask for a reason. You can feel your heartbeat, steady, unhurried, not as urgency, not as alarm, but as proof that life is moving on without needing permission from you. Your arms lie where they've fallen, as if the body has finally stopped preparing to respond. Not because it's tired, but because there's no one left to answer. The air around you isn't waiting for you to fix it. It doesn't care whether you're awake or asleep, present or gone. It just moves through space without needing a purpose. Your legs don't need to be straightened or aligned. They can lie where they are, curled slightly, relaxed at the knees, not because of comfort, but because there's no demand for posture. You aren't being watched. No one is watching you breathe. No one is waiting to see if your eyes stay open or close. You're not in a performance. You don't need an audience to justify your rest. The silence isn't fragile. It doesn't break when you stop talking. It isn't afraid of stillness. It's strong enough on its own, not because it's loud, but because it holds everything without needing anything back. You can feel the warmth where your body meets the mattress, not as heat, not as pressure, but as contact that doesn't ask for anything in return. No one is coming to take you away from this moment. No voice calls your name across a room. No memory pulls at you with urgency. You don't have to remember why you're here or where you've been. The world continues without you, without needing your presence, without depending on your attention. It doesn't pause when you close your eyes. It keeps turning not because you're watching it, but because that's what things do. You are allowed to be unimportant right now. You don't have to matter for anything to be okay. The night doesn't require your effort. It doesn't need your permission to exist. Your hands stay open, not waiting, not hoping, just resting in the shape of their own release. Your fingers rest where they settled, no longer curled toward a keyboard, no longer shaped like something about to be handed over. They are simply there, as if the space between them has softened into shapelessness. Not slack, not stiff, just still. The weight of them is gentle on the sheets, and it doesn't matter whether you feel it or not. What matters is that you aren't holding on to anything. No thread to pull, no cord to untangle. Just this. Your hands are allowed to be unclaimed by purpose. There's a quiet between one breath and the next, so slight that most people wouldn't notice it, but you do now. It isn't silence as absence, not exactly. It's more like stillness that has its own kind of presence. The air inside your chest doesn't need to expand in order to feel full. It simply is. Not because you're trying to fill it or breathe deeper for someone else's sake. Just breath, there and steady, flowing through you, as if the rhythm were already written into the way your body knows how to be. The curve of your spine sinks a little more into the mattress, not pushed down by weight, but released from pressure, not forced into alignment, not shaped by expectation. You don't have to hold yourself upright for anyone's comfort anymore. The bones in your back aren't carrying the shape of someone else's approval. They can just be what they are. Arched slightly, grounded at the hips, resting as though you'd been waiting for this moment all along without knowing it. The edges of your shoulders drop, not because you told them to, but because there is no one standing behind you, asking if you're still alert enough, strong enough. No need to lift them into readiness. They don't have to be set forward like a signal that says, "I am here." You can let them settle back as though the world had finally stopped calling. Your jaw isn't clenched, not because you've remembered to relax it, but because there's no reason to keep it tight anymore. The muscles along your face aren't tensing into an expression of care or apology. They don't need to soften for anyone else's eyes. There is no one watching you now, no one waiting for the look on your face when they say what they've been holding back. The room breathes around you, not in rhythm with yours, but not out of step either. It moves quietly through shadows and corners as if it were tired too, needing rest without being asked. The walls don't require anything from you. No gratitude, no acknowledgement, no explanation for why you're lying here. They hold space simply because they are what holds things. No one has to earn the right to be in them. The light that once lingered just beyond your eyelids, the faintest glow from a hallway or a screen, is gone now. Not dimmed, not turned off. It's simply no longer there, and you don't need it to see where you are. You know this place without having to look. The dark isn't an absence. It's a presence that doesn't demand anything of you. Your breath finds its way into the hollow behind your ribs, not with effort, not as if trying to reach something deeper, but just resting in there, like water settling after the storm, not filling up, not emptying out, just staying quietly where it is. The skin on your arms feels light against the air, softer than it was hours ago, when you were still thinking about what needed to be done. Now it doesn't feel thin or exposed. It's just a surface, the kind that can receive warmth without needing to respond to it. The heat from your body is spreading slowly, not racing toward any boundary, but gliding across the skin, like something that has no destination. Your legs don't need to be straightened to prove you're relaxed. They can stay where they are, knees bent slightly, feet resting at a natural angle. Not because it's comfortable, but because comfort is no longer required for permission to rest. There's nothing in your hands except space. No tasks waiting to be picked up. No messages yet to be written or read. Not even the memory of one that might come later. The silence isn't heavy with what could happen. It's light. Not because it's empty, but because it doesn't need to carry anything. You don't have to prepare for tomorrow. You don't have to rehearse conversations or think through responses. Tomorrow is not knocking on your door tonight. It hasn't arrived. And even if it does, you won't be expected to answer immediately. The night isn't asking for a plan. It doesn't care whether you've made one or not. It just keeps moving forward without needing approval from anyone, without requiring proof that you're ready. Your chest rises and falls, not with urgency, not as a signal of alertness, but gently, like the surface of still water when something small has passed beneath it. You don't have to be aware for everything to happen. The world doesn't pause because you're asleep or awake. It turns on its own rhythm, independent of your attention. You can feel your feet bare against the sheets, not as a point of contact that must stay in place, but as part of your body's quiet surrender. No need to keep them warm. No need to protect them from anything. They don't have to be ready for walking, or standing, or stepping into another room. Your thoughts aren't racing because you're trying to fix something. They're not circling back like a dog around a bone that isn't there anymore. They drift, not toward solutions, not toward regrets, but simply through the air between your ears, light and unburdened, like dust in sunlight that doesn't settle anywhere. You don't have to be useful now. You don't need to be helpful or available or present for anyone's peace of mind. There is no one you are responsible for keeping safe from what might come next. The space around you isn't waiting for your permission to exist. It doesn't care if you're awake, not awake, happy, sad, anxious, or still. It just is. And so do you. Not because you've earned it, but simply because this is how being here feels when no one else needs to be noticed. Your fingers stay open, no longer shaped for giving, not even for holding. Just resting as if they'd been released from a long-held position that didn't belong to them. The space between your palms isn't full of plans or memories. It's empty not because it has nothing, but because it doesn't need anything. There is no one watching you close your eyes. No one wondering whether this will last too long. No voice asking if you're still there. You don't have to prove that you exist by keeping the lights on or checking in every few minutes. Your body isn't braced anymore. Not against a message. Not against someone's disappointment. Not against silence itself. It doesn't need to prepare for anything because no one is coming to ask. The quiet inside your skull isn't fragile. It has strength that comes from being unclaimed. Not loud, not demanding, but certain in its stillness. You don't have to say a word to be known here. No explanation needed. No apology for resting. You can let go of the idea that you must always be ready. Ready with a smile. Ready with a response. Ready to step into something, even when your body says no. The world doesn't depend on whether you stay awake or fall asleep tonight. It keeps turning without needing your attention, without needing your permission, without needing you at all. And you don't have to be needed to matter. You are not less because you're not performing. Not less because you aren't helping. Not less because no one is calling. You can just lie here, your body sinking deeper into the mattress, as if it had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Not rushing toward anything, not trying to escape from yourself. Just being, not in any role, not in any position of responsibility, but simply present. There's warmth under your skin that doesn't need to be justified. It just is. And you don't have to earn it by doing something first. The air around you moves slowly, without urgency, without direction. Not rushing toward anything, but flowing as if it were meant to stay in this place for a while. Your breath slows again, not because you told yourself to, not because you're trying to relax, but because the body knows what to do when no one is watching. Your shoulders uncurl without your noticing, just a soft release. Like fabric that has been folded too long, finally unfolding into its own shape. The weight there isn't something you carry anymore. It's simply what remains when the effort to hold things up is no longer required. There's room in your chest now, not for air alone, but for stillness that doesn't have a name yet. You don't need to fill it with anything. It can be empty and full at once, like a bowl left on the counter after someone has poured out what they needed and walked away. The blanket over you isn't holding your warmth. It's just lying there, accepting it as if it were always meant to rest in that way. You don't have to keep yourself warm because someone else might feel cold. The heat beneath your skin is not a duty. It doesn't require your attention to be valid. It flows through you like water through stone, quietly, without resistance, going where it needs to go. Your hands are not tools anymore. They aren't meant for picking up what's broken or smoothing over what's uneasy. You don't need them to say anything. Their stillness isn't a failure. It's the absence of purpose, and that is enough. There's no demand in their position against the sheets, no gesture waiting to be read. Just two shapes resting where they landed when you stopped trying to do something with them. Outside your window, a streetlight hums, low and steady, the kind of sound that doesn't ask for anything. It just stays on. Not because it's needed by anyone in particular, but because that is what lights do. They don't pause to wonder whether their glow matters. You can let the sounds around you exist without needing to respond to them, without having to interpret what they mean or how they affect someone else. Your breath doesn't have to be deep to be enough. It doesn't need to feel intentional. It just moves in and out, like a slow tide that knows its own rhythm. Not because it's trying to reach anything, but simply because it belongs to you. You don't need to adjust it or guide it. There's no instruction manual for how breathing should sound when no one is listening. The dark behind your eyelids isn't empty. It doesn't feel like absence. It holds its own kind of presence, thick with the quiet after a conversation has ended, full of everything that was said and unsaid, but not needing to be spoken again. You don't have to go there to make sense of it. You can just let it be what it is, a space where no one expects you to explain yourself. The silence in your ears isn't tense anymore. It's softening into something deeper. Not the absence of sound, but an awareness that even without words, things are okay. No one has fallen through the floor because you weren't there. No one slipped on ice because you didn't remind them to wear boots. The world continues its slow turn without collapsing when your attention drifts. You don't have to be remembered for being kind. Your kindness doesn't need a record. It can live in this moment, quiet and unseen, like the way steam curls from a cup left too long on the table, not because you wanted it seen, but because that's how warmth behaves when no one is watching. There are things you've done before that don't require your permission to be good or true. You don't have to keep verifying them in your mind, whether they were enough, whether someone noticed, whether they mattered. They happened. They exist in their own quiet way, like footprints on snow that fade but aren't erased. Your body doesn't need to prove it's resting. It isn't pretending not to be tired. It just is tired. And that is a real thing that can finally be accepted without guilt. The heaviness in your limbs isn't weakness. It's the natural result of being awake too long, of holding yourself together when no one else was around to do it for you. There's nothing wrong with stopping, nothing broken about letting go. You aren't failing because you're not helping or fixing or waiting by a door that won't open. You aren't incomplete because your hands are still and your mind is quiet. There's space in this moment, not just between thoughts, but around them, behind them, beneath them, where nothing needs to be done. You don't have to think about what tomorrow will bring, not even for a second. The day isn't knocking at the door. It hasn't sent any messages. You aren't expected to be anything before you've had time to rest. Your mind doesn't need to race ahead to catch up with something that isn't here yet. The space between your thoughts is not empty. It's full of possibilities, but they don't have names or requirements. They aren't waiting for you to choose them. They're just floating, like seeds in a still pond, drifting without direction, without purpose, just being where they are. You don't need to be useful tonight. You don't need to be helpful, available, or reassuring. There's no one who needs you to wake up with the right words, the right tone, the right presence. The world doesn't depend on whether you're awake or asleep, present or absent. It just continues as it always has. Your body isn't holding itself together out of obligation. It's not braced because someone might need it. It's simply lying here, sinking deeper into the mattress with each breath, like a stone slowly settling in water. There's no resistance, no effort to stay upright or alert. Just this quiet descent, slow and certain. There's warmth under your skin, not from effort, not from performance, but from being alive in a way that doesn't require approval. It spreads gently through you, like sunlight on bare feet at dusk. No one asked for it. No one needed it, but it's there anyway. Your hands don't need to be shaped into anything anymore. They can stay as they are. Their shape isn't wrong or incomplete. Their stillness isn't failure. It's a kind of honesty, a surrender that doesn't feel like giving up, but more like coming home. There is no one watching you close your eyes, no one wondering whether you'll wake again soon. There's only the soft weight of darkness and the quiet hum of air moving through the room, and your breath, gentle, unhurried, not trying to do anything at all. You don't need to be ready for anything. Not a call, not a question, not an emergency that might never come. Your stillness isn't a delay. It's not holding back. It's just being in the way that things are when they're allowed to simply exist without needing permission. Your mind doesn't have to keep track of every feeling, every thought, every small thing you've said or done today. You don't need to archive it all for someone else who might ask later. There's no one keeping a record, no one waiting with a clipboard to check whether your kindness was sufficient. You can let go of the idea that being present means having something to offer, that being awake means you must be doing something, saying something, fixing something. You don't have to earn the right to rest by proving you're useful first. There's no pressure in this moment. No one is waiting for your approval or your presence. The world doesn't need your help to keep turning. It doesn't depend on whether you show up with a smile or a plan. Your body isn't carrying anything anymore. Not emotions, not memories, not expectations. Just warmth, darkness, breath. Those are the only things that matter right now, and they're enough. The air in this room is quiet but alive, not still because it's empty, but full of what doesn't need to be said. You don't have to fill the silence with anything. It can stay as it is. A space where nothing needs fixing, nothing needs explaining, nothing needs to be better than it already is. You don't have to protect anyone from your rest. There's no one you're letting down by not being on call. No one whose disappointment you need to avoid by staying awake. There are things that happen today, some small, some heavy, but they aren't yours to carry through the night anymore. They can stay where they landed, like leaves in a courtyard after autumn, waiting for rain or wind, or just time to take them away without your help. Your breath moves through your chest like a slow tide, pulling back from sand that has long since stopped, remembering how to be wet. There's no urgency in it, no need to keep time or measure depth. It just comes and goes, the way the air settles after a wind has passed. Not because it was ever loud, but because now it belongs to stillness. You are not being asked to hold anything here. Not your thoughts, not your shoulders, not even the shape of what you've been carrying all day. They're not yours to carry into this dark, and they don't need to be left behind with a gesture or an intention. The sheets are soft against your skin, not because they were chosen for comfort, but simply because that's their nature when no one is using them to hold someone else up. You can feel the slight give beneath you, not as resistance, but as acceptance. The mattress doesn't require anything from you. No energy, no performance, no proof of worth. It holds your weight without measuring it, and in return, you let yourself sink into its quiet shape. There's a warmth spreading through your lower back now, the kind that comes when the body finally stops trying to stay alert, when even the muscles forget how to brace. It isn't effortful. It doesn't need permission or explanation. It just is, like heat rising from stone after sunset, like steam lifting off tea left too long on a counter. You don't have to keep it alive. You don't have to tend to it. It stays because you're here, and you're allowing it. Your hands lie open now, not reaching for anything, not waiting for an invitation or a signal. They are not shaped toward helping, nor folded in worry. They rest as they were meant to, flat against the blanket, palms up, like small vessels that have decided not to catch anything tonight. There's no need to shape them into something useful. No one is watching, whether they're still or trembling. Outside, a car passes by, not close enough to disturb the quiet, just loud enough to remind you that life goes on in its own way without your participation. You don't have to acknowledge it. You don't have to react. The sound moves through the walls like breath passing through glass. Faint, uninvited, but not intrusive. It doesn't demand your attention. and so you let it go. Your jaw loosens a little more with each pause between heartbeats. There's no tension at the hinge, no tightness behind the teeth. You don't need to clench against disappointment or prepare for another apology. The muscles in your face. Remember how to be still, how to release without being told to. They soften not because you've decided to relax, but because they're finally allowed to. Your shoulders drop, not as a decision, but as an inevitable shift, like weight returning to earth after floating too long. There's no effort in it, no need to pull them down or push them back. They just release into the space where support isn't required anymore. The air above your skin is cool now, not sharp, just quiet and present, moving across you without any demand. You don't have to remember every word you said today. You don't have to replay the way someone looked when you left a sentence unfinished. There's no need to double-check whether something was misunderstood or missed. The moment isn't waiting for correction. It doesn't care if it wasn't perfect. It simply exists, like dust settling after a door closes, like silence in a room where no one is speaking. The darkness around you has thickness, not emptiness, but presence. It's not absence of light, but a kind that belongs to being unseen and unjudged. You don't need to be seen here. No one is looking for your expression, your tone, the way your eyes might flicker when someone asks something hard. There's no performance in this room, no audience behind glass. Your chest rises and falls with a rhythm that doesn't have to mean anything. It isn't proof you're alive. It just is. Like the slow breathing of an animal curled deep in its den. Not for show, but because it has been granted safety enough to stop pretending. There's no need to gather what was left unsaid. No reason to carry it into sleep. The things that didn't get said today were never meant to be delivered tonight. They're not lost. They don't vanish if you forget them. Some conversations are finished simply by being left in their place, like letters folded and placed on a shelf, waiting for no one. You can stop rehearsing how you'll respond tomorrow. You don't have to pre-prepare your kindness or measure it before bedtime. There's no schedule of usefulness that demands you stay awake until every need is met. The world doesn't wait for your permission to keep going. It keeps going whether you're here or not. There's a quiet inside you now, a space where nothing has to be fixed. Nothing needs repair. It isn't silence because there's nothing in it. It's full of what can exist without being named, like the sound of water dripping into stillness, like breath moving through a hollow reed after no one has played it for years. You don't have to be ready for anything tomorrow. There's no checklist, no task list you failed to complete. You're not behind. You aren't late. The day isn't unfinished because you haven't said all the right things or made all the expected gestures. Your body is not a tool that must be wound up before it can serve. It doesn't need to earn its rest by proving how useful it was today. Rest isn't punishment for being still. It's not absence of duty. It's just part of what living means in its own quiet way. You don't have to carry the weight of someone else's feeling like a secret burden. You aren't responsible for whether they're happy or disappointed or okay. That is their space, not yours to hold. The air in this room moves gently through your nose and out again. No effort, no urgency, just steady passage, like river water moving beneath stone. It doesn't need to be guided. It doesn't have to follow a path designed by someone else. It simply flows where it is allowed to. You don't have to keep watch over anyone's peace. There's no one whose calm you must protect with your own wakefulness. No child who needs your voice before sleep. No partner waiting for reassurance from the quiet of your presence. You aren't being missed in a way that requires you to be found. Your breath doesn't have to be steady because someone is listening. It doesn't need to slow down because it's expected. It can move however it wants, deep or shallow, even, uneven, if only because it belongs to you now. The warmth under your skin isn't fading. It's spreading deeper, not toward effort, but into the places where sensation has been ignored for too long, into the soft spaces behind your ribs, beneath your collarbones, in the quiet corners between heartbeat and breath. There's no one here to tell you that this is enough, but it is. You don't have to be more than what you are. No performance required. No proof of presence needed. You can simply be the way a book lies on a shelf when no one is reading it. Not because it's forgotten, but because it belongs to its own stillness. Your hands stay open. Your breath stays steady. The air stays soft. Darkness holds you without needing anything in return. There's only this quiet descent into what doesn't need fixing, doesn't need explanation, doesn't need permission. And when your eyes close fully, not from fatigue, but from release, they don't shut out the world so much as let it go on around you without requiring your attention. There is no one to be for, no role to play, no expectation to meet. You are allowed, not because you've done enough or been good enough, but simply because you exist in a space where being isn't an act, but a given. The night keeps moving. The air moves through the room. Your body stays here, no longer braced, no longer waiting, no longer holding anything for anyone. It is not a failure to stop caring. It's not absence of love to let go. To care deeply and still be free. To hold someone in your heart without needing to carry them through every moment. The weight of your shoulders settles deeper into the mattress, not because you're tired, but because they finally stopped trying to lift anything at all. There's no longer a need to hold up corners of the room that were never yours to support. Your arms remain where they are, not in surrender, but in quiet permission. Limbs unclaimed by any demand, left to rest as though time itself has decided they may stay still. The space between your fingers is open now, not waiting for a note or an instruction, just breathing out into the air like roots releasing soil. A soft hum travels through the walls, not loud enough to wake you, but deep enough to feel in your bones. It's the kind of sound that happens when something ordinary continues without needing acknowledgement. A heater cycling on after hours, a refrigerator pulsing faintly beneath silence. You don't have to listen for its rhythm. You don't need to align with it or adjust to it. It just is. And so are you. Your skin remembers temperature differently now. Not as a signal of readiness, not as proof that you're still alert, but as something simple. Warmth radiating from the center of your body outward, like heat rising from stone after sunset. It doesn't spread because you want it to. It spreads because it can. There's no effort behind it, only presence. The darkness around you has depth, not empty, not cold, just full. Full in a way that doesn't ask for anything back. You don't have to fill it with words or images or thoughts about who might be awake somewhere else. The dark holds space without needing your approval, without caring whether you're comfortable or unburdened. It simply is. And so can you. There's no need to check how long you've been lying here. No reason to count breaths or measure stillness. You aren't being evaluated by silence. Your quiet doesn't have to prove anything, doesn't need to show it's earned or that it's intentional. It just exists, like a shadow left behind after someone passes through the room and leaves the door open. You don't have to protect anyone from your stillness. No one is waiting for you to say something before they can feel safe. The quiet isn't dangerous because you're in it. It's safe precisely because you are allowed to be there without performing safety for others. Your jaw unclenches, not suddenly, but slowly, like a door that hasn't been opened in years finally releasing its latch with no fanfare. There's no tension behind your teeth now, just the soft space between them where air passes without resistance. You don't have to keep your mouth closed for fear of saying something wrong or too much. It can stay open, not in speech, but in release. There's a rhythm beneath everything, not one you've chosen, not one that must be maintained, but an older kind of pulse, the way water settles after being stirred. You don't have to match it. You don't need to follow along or slow down to fit within its pattern. It moves through you without your consent and without your notice, just as it always has. The air in this room is no longer a thing to be managed. It doesn't need clearing, polishing, adjusting. It drifts where it wants. It stays still when it chooses. You don't have to guide it with your breath or control its flow. It moves past you like a memory that doesn't demand to be remembered. There's a quiet behind your ears now, like the space between two walls that have long since stopped vibrating from sound. That silence isn't empty. It's full of what was never spoken, what wasn't said, because it didn't need to be. No apology needed for not answering. No explanation required for staying silent. It's okay for things to exist without being named. You don't have to wonder if someone else is thinking about you right now. You don't have to calculate their mood based on how long you've been gone from the conversation, or what tone they might use in a text that hasn't come yet. The silence between messages isn't an absence, it's just space, and it doesn't belong to anyone. Your feet are warm where they rest on the sheets. Warm not because of blankets, but because blood flows through them freely, without needing permission to stay. They don't have to be ready for walking or standing or carrying anything. They can simply be resting in their own quiet way. There's a softness in your chest now that wasn't there before. Not from emotion, not from effort, but from release. Like the moment after a held breath finally lets go without warning. The tightness around your ribs isn't gone because you've done something right. It's gone simply because you're no longer holding on. You don't have to make sure everyone else is okay. You don't need to check that they didn't feel ignored or that their mood hasn't shifted in the time you've been still. Their feelings aren't yours to manage. They're not your responsibility to fix, cushion, or contain. They can exist, fluctuating, changing, unobserved, and no one has to be saved from them. The room holds its shape without you needing to hold it too. The walls don't tremble when the wind passes by. The floor doesn't ask for attention just because you're lying on it. You aren't required to notice what's happening in the world outside this space, or even whether anything is changing at all. There's no urgency beneath your skin now. No sense of being late for something that has already passed. Time doesn't care about your presence. It keeps moving through the walls and under the floorboards like water through roots. You don't have to catch up with it. You don't need to hurry toward tomorrow, or prepare for an arrival, or ready yourself for a call. You can rest where you are. No performance needed, no role required, no effort in being this version of stillness. There's nothing you must do to deserve this moment. It doesn't come because you've earned it. It comes simply because you exist. Your breath slows, not from command, but from natural ease, as if the air has decided to stay longer than usual, just to rest with you. You don't have to make it deeper or more even. It can wander in and out like a visitor who's come for no reason except to be present, and that is enough. There's no need to imagine what someone else might say if they knew you were lying here. No fear of judgment. No worry about whether your silence will seem strange or unacceptable. Their thoughts don't matter tonight. They're not real in this room. You aren't responsible for their understanding or their interpretation. You can let go of the idea that being useful means always having to be on. That caring requires constant attention. That love must be demonstrated through action, performance, response. There's another way. Quiet, unspoken, undemanding. And it belongs to you just as much as any other form. The space beneath your ribs is no longer full of expectation. It isn't storing worry or guilt or the weight of what might go wrong. It's just space now, empty in a good way. Open not because something must come through, but because nothing needs to leave. Your hands are still open, not waiting for anything, not gripping at air, not holding on to the idea that you'll be needed again soon. They rest where they've landed, like stones left by water after a flood has receded. Not purposeful, not searching, just resting. There's no one to alert, no signal to send, no message to write. The world can go on turning without you adding your voice to it. No one is waiting for confirmation that you're still here, because they don't need to know. They aren't watching. There's no audience in the dark. The quiet isn't heavy, it's light. Not because there's nothing in it, but because everything inside has been allowed to settle without pressure. The weight of being needed, the invisible load carried for years, is finally gone from your shoulders, not by force, but by choice. By simply deciding you don't have to carry it anymore. Your body remembers what it means to be still, not as punishment or failure, but as freedom. It doesn't need to prove its worth through motion. It isn't judged by how long it can stay awake. You aren't being measured by your ability to keep going. The air between your fingers feels like something that has been waiting for permission just to stay. Not moving toward anything, not reaching out or pulling back, just existing. Held gently between two hands that no longer know how to grip. You don't have to decide what they mean, or whether the silence means you failed. The space between your palms is not empty, because it's forgotten something. It's full of stillness, and that is enough. Your shoulders are lowering now, not in defeat, but as if gravity has finally stopped, asking them to carry more than their own weight. You can feel how they drop into the mattress like fabric left on a chair after someone stood up. Not hurried, not pretending, just settling where they belong. Pressed softly against the surface beneath you, no longer stiff with anticipation. There's warmth in your chest that isn't tied to emotion or effort. It doesn't come from thinking about anyone else. It comes from letting go of the need to be aware of what happens beyond this room. The heat stays exactly where it is. No reason to spread, no pressure to move outward. You can rest inside it. The edge of your blanket has curled slightly at one corner. Not because you moved it, but because something in the air shifted just enough for it to drift on its own. It doesn't matter what that means. The way it lies now is not a sign of anything needing fixing. It's simply how things are when no one touches them. You don't have to remember what was said at dinner, or whether you smiled long enough, or if your voice sounded too quiet when someone asked for help. Your body doesn't need to rehearse those moments again. There is no stage here where you must repeat anything. No audience that expects a performance. The memories hang in the air like dust motes, visible but weightless. They don't pull at your attention. The back of your neck feels loose now, not because you've stretched it or relaxed deliberately, but because all tension has seeped down into the blanket below. It's not a decision, it's an easing, like water finding its level in soil that's finally soft enough to receive it. A sound passes through the house, a distant hum, maybe from the refrigerator, maybe just wind threading through a crack near the window. You don't need to identify it or label it as something you should hear. It isn't a signal. It doesn't mean anything about your presence or absence. It moves past like any other thing in the dark, without needing to be noticed. Your feet are bare beneath the sheets, toes curled slightly into the fabric, not from cold, not from unease, but because they're simply where they've landed after hours of being told what to do. They don't have to press forward or brace against anything. They don't need to stand up for anyone. They can stay exactly as they are, curled like small things that have found shelter. There's no rush in the way your breath moves through you now. No urgency beneath the skin. It doesn't matter how deep it goes, or if it ever changes direction. You're not trying to make it longer or smoother. The rhythm is slow because it can be, because nothing demands otherwise. You don't have to think about if you might need a call tomorrow, or whether someone will wake up feeling unattended. No one is waiting for your attention, like a clock ticking toward arrival. There's no deadline written in the air that you must meet. The world outside doesn't require your input before it continues turning. Your hands are not empty because they've been forgotten. They're open simply because nothing needs to be held. Not requests, not apologies, not hopes or regrets. They rest where they fell, on the sheets, on the pillow's edge, without needing a reason for being there. The space around them is quiet in the way that only happens when no one expects anything. The night doesn't end because you're awake. It continues whether you notice it or not. You don't have to be its witness. You aren't required to mark time, remember events, or keep track of how much has passed since anyone last spoke your name. You can let go of the idea that being present means always listening. That caring must mean staying alert. There's no rule saying you must stay awake until someone else feels safe. The world doesn't depend on whether you're monitoring it from under your covers. The floorboards beneath you breathe slowly, not in rhythm with your chest, but in their own quiet way, like something that has learned to hold its shape without effort. They don't tremble when the wind passes by. They don't need your approval to stay still. You can stop measuring how much comfort you've given others, or whether they'd miss you if you disappeared for good. You aren't responsible for their peace of mind, even if that peace is tied in some way to your presence. Their feelings aren't yours to manage. Not tonight. They don't belong to the weight you carry. There's a softness behind your eyes that isn't tears, just surrender. Not giving up, but allowing. Letting everything sink deeper into this moment without trying to rise again. Your arms are not reaching out for anything. They aren't holding someone else's life in their hands or keeping it from falling apart. They're simply resting on the mattress, as though they found a place where being still is no longer an act of failure, but a kind of homecoming. You don't have to say goodbye to anyone, not even your own worry, because there's nowhere to go that doesn't already hold you. The silence isn't cold or empty. It's thick with what has been released, like air after rain has passed through the trees and left everything damp and still. The darkness around you is not a lack of light. It's a presence in itself, a kind of holding, not dark as absence, but dark as completion. As if the night has folded in on itself to keep only what matters here. Your breath, your warmth, the soft weight of being exactly where you are. You don't have to fix anything. You don't need to offer anything. No one is asking for a response. The quiet doesn't demand that you say something back. Your thoughts drift, not like waves crashing against the shore, but like leaves floating on water, turning slowly in circles without direction or purpose. They're not important. They aren't even yours. They're just passing through, like clouds across an open sky. There's no need to gather them up and sort them by importance. No reason to hold any one of them longer than it wants to stay. You can let each one sink beneath the surface without leaving a mark. The part of you that used to worry about what people might think if they knew you were lying here, this soft, unguarded version, can finally stop trying to prove itself. It doesn't have to be useful. It doesn't need to matter in some measurable way. It only needs to exist. And it does. You are not being judged for how long you stay awake. No one is watching from the doorway with a clipboard or a sigh. The house isn't keeping score of your stillness, your silence, your refusal to answer every imagined call. There's no reason to count minutes until sleep comes. It doesn't need to arrive by any schedule. You can wait for it without pressure. Let yourself drift, not toward anything specific, but simply into the shape that darkness makes when it settles around you like a blanket pulled up too high. Your body is not pretending. It isn't trying to be calm or peaceful on command. It's just beginning to believe what your mind has known all along. That stillness doesn't mean failure. That rest isn't guilt. That being off duty isn't abandonment. The air inside this room feels different now, not lighter, but deeper. Like it has stopped rushing forward and instead begun breathing with you. You don't have to remember every promise you made or every time someone looked at you like they needed something. Those moments are not alive in the dark. They're gone, not because you forgot them, but because you no longer carry their weight. Your chest is soft now, not hollow, but full of space where nothing needs to be done. No one must be comforted here. No one must be answered. The air doesn't ask for your attention. Your shoulders are no longer holding the weight they've carried all evening. The kind of weight that settles into bone like frost in winter soil. They're letting go slowly, not because anything urgent has been resolved, but because there's no one here to demand their strength anymore. The muscles along your spine have stopped tensing against invisible pressure. No need to brace for the next request, the next shift in tone, the next moment when you might be asked to step forward without being asked at all. Your body remembers what it is like not to anticipate. And tonight, that memory begins to soften into truth. You don't have to carry anything anymore, not even your own expectation of carrying. There's no need for a backup plan in case someone calls. No contingency built around the idea that you must be ready. The sheets are warm against your legs, and they're not waiting for you to rise or rearrange yourself into something more useful. They're just letting your shape settle, letting it stay as it is, without correction. You can lie still because stillness doesn't mean neglect here. It means presence. Your breath moves through the quiet like a slow tide returning, not rushing in, not claiming anything, but simply coming back to where it belongs. The air around you has stopped being thin and searching. It's thick now, full of stillness that isn't empty. You can feel it pressing gently against your skin, the way warmth builds slowly after lying under blankets too long. When the heat becomes part of the body itself rather than something separate. This is not a pause in action. This is not a break between duties. It's a kind of continuity. The same breath that has been rushing through your chest all day continues to move. Only now it doesn't need permission. There's no one monitoring how fast or slow it goes, and so you don't have to regulate it. You're not being watched by anyone who would care whether you're doing enough. No eyes are tracking the length of time between heartbeats or measuring your ability to endure. The dark isn't judging for quietness or noise. It's simply holding space, like a room with no windows, where all that matters is what happens inside, the way your chest rises, how your fingers rest on top of each other without purpose, whether your toes curl slightly into the mattress as if testing its softness. You don't need to prepare for tomorrow. There is no list being written in silence, no mental inventory forming before sleep. Your mind isn't organizing anything. There's nothing left to organize. The thoughts that once darted ahead, like birds escaping a storm, have stopped trying to reach the future. They've landed now, not on answers or solutions, but just on stillness, like feathers settling after flight. There is no reason to keep your body upright in sleep. No need for alertness as a shield. You don't need to be ready to respond before you're even aware of what's been said. The silence doesn't demand that you listen. It only asks that you stay. And so you do, not out of obligation, but because staying is not something that requires effort anymore. Your hands are no longer curled into fists or poised above a phone. They aren't reaching for anything they've lost. They're open now, palms up like vessels, waiting to be filled with nothing at all. And that's enough. That's more than enough. The space between your fingers is not empty. It holds the shape of absence, and in holding it, becomes full. Your hands are not meant to fix anything. They were never designed for constant service. They were made to rest, to feel warmth, to know what it is like to be held by nothing but stillness. Your jaw has loosened, not because you've decided to relax, but because there's no one here to notice if it stays open or closed. The muscles behind your ears have softened. There's no need for tension to signal readiness. You don't have to keep your head upright against the weight of other people's expectations. It can rest now. Your neck unknotted, your skull light on top of your spine. The air in this room doesn't need you to make it comfortable. It's already settled into its own rhythm. It moves with you. Not leading, not following, but breathing alongside. There's no sound except a faint hum beneath the house, the kind that comes from pipes or wiring, or maybe just the quiet of things still working without being noticed. Your chest is not tight. It doesn't feel like it has to keep going forward, pushing against something unseen. It isn't straining to stay open for anyone else's grief. It can close now, not in rejection, but in safety. The space inside you feels spacious because nothing needs to be added. There's no need to fill silence with words or comfort with actions. You don't have to care about what happens after this moment. You don't have to wonder whether someone will miss your voice when it stops being used. That question doesn't belong here. Not in the dark, not in stillness, not at a time when you're allowed to stop trying. The people who might reach for you later aren't waiting now. They're not standing outside this room with hands outstretched. You don't need to be needed. Not tonight. Not ever again. Though that doesn't mean anything changes about the world. It just means something has changed inside you. A quiet shift where being wanted is no longer required for your worth, and being off duty isn't betrayal of anyone's needs. This moment isn't borrowed from tomorrow. It isn't saved for when you're stronger or more capable. It belongs to now, not because it's perfect, but because it's real. You aren't pretending to be still. You aren't faking peace. You are simply here. Your body not performing, your mind not planning, your breath not trying. You don't have to protect anyone from what you're becoming. There's no one outside this room who will be harmed by your letting go. No consequence waits behind the door. No judgment in the hallways. The house doesn't need a keeper tonight. It only needs someone to lie down and stop pretending they can hold everything. Your breath moves deeper now, not because you've willed it, but because the air inside has grown heavy with quiet. You don't have to guide yourself towards sleep. Sleep isn't coming to fix something in you. It's simply returning to where you already are. There is no checklist of what you should be doing right now. No one has left a message saying you're late. No voice calls out from behind the walls, asking why your silence is so long. There's only this warmth beneath your back, darkness above your eyes, and the soft weight of not needing to do anything. The night isn't waiting for you to wake up before it can begin. It has already started, not with sound or light, but with stillness that holds all things without speaking. You don't need to join its rhythm. You're already part of it. And so your body settles further, like sand sinking into the sea floor, not because it's lost, but because it knows where it belongs. Your limbs relax one by one, not in order, not according to plan, but in their own time, as if each part is remembering what it feels like to stop waiting for instruction. Your back presses gently against the mattress, no longer resisting, no longer bracing. It's simply accepting its shape. And that acceptance spreads through your hips, down your thighs, into your calves. There's nothing left to keep upright, nothing left to hold in place. You don't have to stay awake for anyone's sake. There is no reason to keep your eyes open. No one needs you to see their face or read their expression. The dark isn't hiding anything. It's only showing what has been there all along. That being off duty doesn't mean failing, and resting doesn't mean disappearing. You don't have to explain why you're not answering. You don't need to say who you are when no one is watching. Your presence here, this quiet form under the sheets, is enough. It's always been enough. And so you stay, not because you've decided to, but because staying has become natural, like breathing without thinking about it. The air moves through your body, not as a task, but as a companion. You don't have to hold it in or push it out. It simply flows, like water finding its way down an old path that no one remembers anymore. Your shoulders soften into the bed, like fabric left too long on a line. No longer taut from wind or weight, just settling where it belongs. The bones beneath your skin are quiet now, no longer braced for someone's sudden request. You don't have to prepare a response before you've even heard the question. There is no need to rehearse kindness in advance. Your hands rest open on the blanket, palms up, not reaching, not holding anything, not even the memory of what might be asked. The air above your face is still, not because it's frozen, but because it has stopped measuring time. It doesn't matter how long you stay like this. No one is counting the seconds between when you began and when you end. The quiet isn't waiting to be interrupted. It's already full, like a room where no one ever left, and every silence holds its own shape. Your feet are bare beneath the sheets, not because they were removed in haste, but because they remembered their name again. The name that doesn't mean service or readiness. They don't need to carry you anywhere tonight. The floor is quiet under them, even if it's been walked on for years. No one will step into your space and expect a footstool of care. You don't have to think about whether someone missed you. You don't have to wonder if they noticed your absence in the kitchen or at the table, or when you didn't reply with a smile. The moment is not their mirror. Your stillness isn't a blank space for them to fill. It's its own presence. The sound of night doesn't come from outside. It comes from beneath your skin. Like the quiet after a storm has passed and the earth begins to exhale. You don't have to listen for it. It's already in the rhythm between breaths, in the space where you stop measuring how much you've given. Your chest rises without urgency, not because you're breathing deeply, but because your body knows what it means to be full, not empty. Full of air that isn't being rationed or saved. Full of weight that doesn't need a reason. The blanket stays where it is, not because you ordered it to, but because it fits. You don't have to decide if this is enough. You don't have to question whether the softness under your back deserves attention. It's not asking for anything. It's simply there, like moss on stone, like dust on a shelf that no one touches. No one needs to clean it. No one has come by to ask why it hasn't been moved. Your neck uncurls slowly, not toward the pillow, but away from tension. The muscles let go, not in surrender, but because they've finally remembered their original shape. They were never meant to be fixed into a posture of readiness. You don't have to hold your head up for someone else's comfort. It can rest. Your jaw relaxes without effort, no longer clenched around words you didn't say. The silence isn't empty. It's thick with things that don't need names. The kind of quiet where the air itself feels like a hand resting gently on your shoulder, not to guide, not to pull, just to stay. You don't have to respond when it speaks. You don't have to explain why you're not moving. You aren't being tested now. There's no performance required. No one is watching from behind the walls to see if you'll falter. The house doesn't need to be kept warm for anyone else's sake. The lights can stay off. The hallway can stay dark. You don't have to check every room. Make sure someone is sleeping well. There's no task in your hands. No list hidden between the sheets. Your fingers are not curled around a promise. They're just resting, like stones left by a stream that no longer needs their weight. You don't have to imagine what it would be like if you weren't here. You don't need to rehearse how others might react when they learn you didn't come. That moment doesn't exist yet. It's not in the air, not in your bones. There is only this, your breath moving through you without a reason. Your skin feels lighter, like it's forgotten how heavy responsibility can be. Not because it has been lifted from you, but because it no longer remembers the weight of being needed. You don't have to carry anyone else's expectations like they were part of your body. The dark above your eyes isn't waiting for light to return. It doesn't need proof that you're still there. It holds you without needing you to prove anything, without asking if you've been good or careful or useful. You don't have to be present in order to matter. You aren't less because no one asked. You aren't missing when you don't answer. The silence isn't a gap. It's an envelope that holds everything without needing to open it. Your body doesn't need permission to stop performing. It doesn't require your approval to let go. The muscles in your legs know how to rest, not because they've been told, but because they remember the shape of stillness from before you ever learned to serve. There's no one behind the door who will notice if it stays closed. No footstep echoes down the hall when you don't rise. You aren't required to be alert for every sound, every sigh, every shift in rhythm. The house is not waiting for a keeper. It can exist without your attention. It doesn't need your presence like oxygen. The warmth beneath your back isn't proof that someone loves you. It's just heat. The kind that stays even when no one touches it. You don't have to earn it. You don't have to keep it alive with effort. It simply is like the air in a room that hasn't been aired out for days. Still warm, still full. Your thoughts don't need permission to wander. They can drift without being pulled back. No hand reaches into your mind to say focus or be here. The silence doesn't demand you stay awake. It allows you to be elsewhere, not lost, not gone, but simply resting in a place where no one is calling. There's no reason for the night to rush. There's no need for you to wake up before it's ready. Your body isn't being left behind. It's just choosing to rest, like a river that slows at dusk, not because it has stopped moving, but because its course doesn't require speed. You don't have to be useful in order to belong. You don't need to do something for someone else before you can be allowed to simply exist. The air around your face is thick with a kind of stillness that doesn't apologize for being there. Your eyes are closed, not because they're tired, but because they've stopped searching for signs, signals, reactions. They no longer scan the dark looking for a flicker of need. They don't have to see who might be waiting in silence. The quiet isn't a lack. It's not absence. It's presence without demand. It doesn't ask you to perform. It doesn't require your name. It only holds space, like an old chair that no one uses, but still waits quietly for someone who doesn't need to be found. You don't have to protect anyone from the fact that you're not watching. You don't have to shield them from your stillness. The world continues without you being vigilant. It doesn't collapse when you stop checking. Your breath moves through you like water, finding a way beneath stone, not because it's strong, but because it knows where it belongs. There's no effort in the flow, no need to push or pull, just the slow, steady passage of air that has found its path and doesn't have to explain itself. You don't have to be ready for tomorrow. You don't need to prepare your body to rise again. It can stay like this, curled into rest, not because you've decided it's safe, but because safety isn't something you must earn. Safety is what happens when no one is asking. There's no demand in the dark. No one wants anything from you now, not even a smile, not even your attention. There's only this: warmth beneath your skin, air in your lungs, weight on your bones, and the quiet that doesn't need to be filled. You don't have to say you're tired. You don't have to admit you've been holding on for too long. Your body knows. The muscles know. The breath knows. There's no one else who needs to hear it. The weight on your chest is soft now, not tight, not pressing, but settled like a book left open on a table after reading has ended. The pages are still there, yes, but they no longer ask anything of you. You don't have to turn them. You don't even need to know what's written in the margins. The story isn't yours to finish tonight. Your hands rest flat against your stomach, fingers curled slightly inward, as if cradling something that doesn't exist anymore. They aren't readying for a phone, not waiting to catch one mid-drop. They're just there, warm from being pressed close to skin, no longer braced or folded into readiness. The tips of them are quiet now, not trembling with a memory of tasks left undone. Outside, wind passes through trees without calling your name. It doesn't pause at windowsills to leave a note. There's no need for it to signal that something is shifting. No one asked you to notice. You don't have to hear what the leaves are saying or decode how they sway in rhythm with someone else's breath. The blanket above you holds its shape without protest, not resisting your stillness, but cradling it like a cup holds liquid at rest. It doesn't care if you move or stay fixed. There is no measurement of comfort that depends on whether you've done enough to deserve warmth. The fabric has held others before. People who were tired and people who weren't sure how long they could keep going. And now it's holding just you. Your neck softens slowly, the muscles along its base uncurling like a slow wave pulling back from land after dark. No one is watching for tension there. There isn't an audience waiting to see if your jaw relaxes or whether tears will fall before sleep comes. The stillness doesn't need performance. A sound drifts in, not loud, not sharp, but something low and distant, like a refrigerator humming somewhere far down the hall. It happens without intention. No one sent it for you. You don't have to respond. It doesn't carry meaning or warning. Just vibration and air that moves through walls, passes under doors, lingers near floorboards before fading into silence again. Your ribs expand with breath, but not effort. No pushing up from below, no rising like a bellows needing fuel. The expansion is gentle, the kind of motion made by water finding its level rather than forcing passage. Air flows in and out through your nose without urgency. It doesn't rush to fill space or claim territory. You don't have to guard against silence. You aren't responsible for keeping it company. There's no obligation to make small talk with emptiness, to nod at absence as if it were a guest who deserves attention. The quiet isn't lonely. It just is. Like dust motes floating in sunbeams, they weren't summoned by anyone. Your shoulders sink into the mattress, not because you've given up, but because there's no longer anything pulling them upward. No invisible thread from someone else's expectation. No weight of unspoken words hanging off your skin. They fall back like stones dropped into water that has already settled. The pressure behind your eyes is dull now, not a signal to act or adjust, not even discomfort, just sensation, warm and thick, the kind that settles when you've stopped trying to see everything all at once. You don't have to open them again just yet. They're fine where they are, closed like petals after evening light has faded. A thought passes through your mind, not sharp enough to call a memory, not clear enough to name, but it drifts past the way fog moves over fields in early morning. It doesn't leave an imprint. You don't have to answer or file it away. It's allowed to vanish like breath on glass without leaving traces. The room is full of shadows that don't move unless something else shifts, like curtains parting, a door creaking open from inside the house itself. Not because you're listening, but because motion happens in its own time, and your body doesn't flinch at it. It knows what's real and what isn't. Your feet are tucked beneath the covers now, not curled tightly or pressing forward, but simply resting where they've landed after walking through a long day of being needed, expected, present. They're not preparing to rise again. not even thinking about stepping onto cold tile in the morning. Just here. The air near your face feels thick with sleep, but light enough that it doesn't press against your cheeks. It's like lying under water without drowning. Air still reaches you through layers of softness. No barrier between breath and body. There is nothing to fix, nothing left unattended. No one outside this room who needs a message sent or an apology offered before they can close their own eyes. The clock doesn't matter anymore. Not the time it reads. Not how many minutes have passed since you first lay down. Not whether dawn will come early tomorrow or late. The night is its own length now. No need to measure it in hours that must be accounted for. Your heart beats at a pace that matches nothing but itself. A rhythm no one else has asked to hear. It doesn't beat faster when someone might call. Slows only because it knows you've stopped waiting for permission to rest. You don't have to earn stillness by proving your worth through quiet service or silence earned through years of giving in before being allowed to stop. The peace isn't conditional on whether anyone else is happy right now, on whether their mood matches yours. Even if someone wakes later and feels unsettled, that doesn't mean you failed. Their feeling belongs entirely to them, not something left behind by your absence or caused by the fact that you are not present in their dreams tonight. The dark isn't a punishment for being tired. It's just darkness, without judgment, without intention, without need of correction. You're allowed to be here inside it, even when no one else sees you. Your fingers twitch slightly, not from wanting anything, not from fear, but because muscles remember how they used to move before the day ended and responsibility returned again later each night. But now that memory is soft too. No longer a command. Just an echo of motion that has nothing left to do with purpose or consequence. The bed holds your shape without asking for more. The sheets don't need you to flatten them. Smooth them out into perfection before sleep can begin. They already know how to lie still beneath someone who no longer needs to be seen as useful. You're not being forgotten because you've stopped watching the world from a distance. You're simply returning, slowly, to where you were meant to be all along. In the quiet, with your eyes closed and hands open, receiving nothing but what is already given. No one has left a note tucked into the pillowcase saying thank you. But that doesn't mean gratitude wasn't there. In every step you took, not for praise, not for acknowledgement. in how softly you spoke when others were hurting, how gently you listened, even when your own mind was tired. Those things don't vanish because no one said them aloud tonight. You're allowed to forget what mattered before this moment. And it's okay that the details blur now. Not all meaning must be preserved in memory. Some of it is meant only for release, not record. There are shapes forming behind your eyelids, not images you've chosen, not scenes from dreams or memories, but just color and motion, moving like smoke through water. Soft loops of light without names, drifting across the dark. They don't ask anything of you. You don't have to name them. You can let them pass as they came. Uninvited yet welcome. No demand for attention. No expectation that you remember where they went when morning breaks. Your breath slows again, not because it's been told to do so, but because the air feels heavier now in your lungs and lighter on its way out, as if gravity has shifted slightly beneath sleep's surface. A small sound comes from deep within, your body releasing something not spoken, not named, not a sigh exactly, nor a moan, just release. The kind that happens when pressure finally finds an exit without needing to be explained. Your spine uncoils in layers, not all at once, but one vertebra after another, settling into alignment with the mattress beneath it. You're not holding anything anymore. No burden of care, no weight of imagined reactions or future conversations. Not even your own voice is asking questions now. Your shoulders settle deeper into the mattress, not because you've decided to let go, but because they simply remember how it feels when weight is allowed to stay where it lands. No effort required, no adjustment made, just the soft surrender of flesh that knows its place when no one is watching. The space between your shoulder blades grows quiet, not empty, not cold, just unhurried, as if time itself has learned to move slower in this part of the night. The edge of the blanket shifts slightly, not from wind, not from a hand brushing it, but because your body has shifted just enough to let warmth pool where it wants to stay. That small movement isn't a signal. It's not meant for anyone. It doesn't mean you're about to wake or get up or answer anything. It means the night is holding you in its own rhythm now, one that doesn't ask for your attention, only your presence. You don't have to be useful here. You don't even have to be aware of what's happening, only open to it. There's a warmth blooming low in your chest, not from memory or thought, but from the fact that you're letting yourself stay still long enough for heat to gather where you've been holding tight all day. It spreads outward slowly, not rushing, not demanding attention, but like steam rising from a cup left too long on a counter after tea has cooled. You don't have to think about it. You don't need to name it. It just is. Warmth that doesn't come from effort, but from the body's quiet return to itself. A breath moves through you again, not shallow or hurried, not measured for anyone else, but slow and deep enough to carry silence with it. The air fills your lungs like something returning home, not in haste, but after a long journey through places that no longer need your notice. You don't have to protect yourself from the darkness now. It doesn't come to take anything. It just is. Darkness as an invitation rather than a warning. Your hands lie flat on top of the sheets, not folded, not clenched, not readying for something they'll never do. Just open, palms up, receiving nothing but the weight of rest. They don't need to be doing anything. The fingers are relaxed, not stiff or tired, not numb, but soft and still, like petals that have stopped trembling after a storm. No one is waiting for them to write a note or press a button or sign a name. There's no task they must complete before sleep can begin. You don't have to be the person who remembers what was said yesterday. You don't have to carry the weight of someone else's silence, their hesitation, their quiet disappointment that you didn't respond sooner. The silence doesn't belong to you anymore. It isn't yours to fix or explain. It's just part of the air between one breath and the next. Your jaw unclenches, not dramatically, not with a sound, but as if something inside has finally given up on holding its shape for anyone else. There's no need to keep your mouth closed in case someone speaks. No reason to stay alert at the edges of conversation that hasn't happened yet. The muscles around your face soften like wax left too long near heat. Not melting, just yielding. You aren't being careless, just free from obligation. Your legs are heavy now, not from fatigue, but because they've stopped pretending they're ready to rise again. They don't need to be prepared for travel, or standing through meetings, or walking across rooms where someone might need help carrying something. They rest in their own length, stretching along the mattress like roots, finding soil without being told how deep to go. The blankets cover them completely, not because you pull them up, but because they've settled into place naturally, as if they knew this was where warmth would stay longest. You don't have to think about whether someone else is okay. You don't need to imagine their thoughts or what it might feel like to be left behind. The feeling doesn't belong to you anymore. Whether they're sad or happy, angry or calm, it's theirs now, not something you must absorb into your own body and carry through the night. Your chest rises and falls with a rhythm that feels separate from thought. It breathes without needing to be noticed, without requiring approval. You don't have to explain why it slows or how long it lasts. The movement is just part of being here, not something you've earned by doing enough, being kind enough, saying the right thing at the right time. There's a quiet pressure behind your eyes, not from strain, but because the softness has gone too deep for words. It's like water collecting in the hollows, where light doesn't reach. Quiet places that don't need to be filled with anything. No memory needs to come forward. No fear needs to leave its corner. There's no obligation to make sense of what you're feeling or to name it before it drifts away. The room is still, not because nothing moved, but because everything has settled into place without being asked. The walls don't expect anything from you. The floor doesn't need your footsteps. The ceiling doesn't want proof that you've been useful. You aren't on trial for staying quiet. You're not being measured by how long you can hold still or how many things you manage to avoid saying tonight. Your breath lingers now in the space between each inhale and exhale, like a pause that isn't empty, but full of what comes next. Something slow, something gentle, something already happening without your permission. You don't have to wait for it. It doesn't need you to be awake to begin. You're not being left behind because you've stopped checking on everyone else's mood.
You aren't disappearing into the dark. You're simply returning to where you were before all of this began. Lying down, eyes closed, hands open, chest rising and falling without needing anyone's approval. The night doesn't care if you're perfect or prepared or noticed. It only knows that you've come home, even if no one else saw it happen. There's a sound not from outside, not from memory, but inside your body, like the quiet hum of something long dormant beginning to stir in its own time. Not urgent, not demanding, just presence, like roots growing underground when no one is watching. You don't have to understand it. You just need to stay still enough to feel it. Your skin feels lighter now, Not because you've shed anything, but because the weight of attention has lifted from your surface. It doesn't need to be seen clearly or judged for how it looks in the dark. The air passes over you without needing to shape it. You don't have to adjust your posture to make yourself easier to read. You are not responsible for what happens after this moment, not even for whether someone wakes tomorrow and feels something they can't name. That feeling belongs entirely to them, not caused by your absence, not shaped by how you chose to rest tonight. It's just part of being alive. The way people carry their own weight through darkness without needing help from anyone else. The space between your thoughts grows wider now, not because there's nothing there, but because there's no need to rush through it. You don't have to fill silence with words or explanations. You don't have to prove you're still here by making noise. The quiet is enough. It has always been enough. You are not required to be anything tonight, not even a person who knows what comes next. Just someone breathing, lying down, letting the night hold them without asking for permission, without needing anything in return. Your body remembers this rhythm, how it feels when stillness isn't something you earn, but something that simply happens when no one is looking. There's no performance now, no act of care being played out under someone else's gaze. Just you, here, sinking deeper into the mattress, as if gravity itself has decided to stop resisting your weight. The air grows heavier in your chest, not tight, not heavy with worry, but full in a way that doesn't ask for anything. It holds its breath just long enough so you can feel how much it already contains.
You don't have to add more. There's no need to bring something new into the moment. What's here is enough. The way your fingers rest now, unstretched, unclenched, feels like a discovery made without intention. Not because you've decided to relax, but because your hands have simply forgotten how to brace. They lie where they fell, palms up, as if the air has taught them a new kind of stillness. Not passive, but patient, like soil waiting for rain that hasn't come yet, but knows it will anyway. The weight in your arms settles into the mattress, not as pressure, but as permission, something that doesn't demand return, only presence. Your shoulders have shifted too, slowly lowering without any command from you. They aren't sinking so much as letting go of a shape they've been holding for hours. The outline of someone who might be needed. That posture
is dissolving in quiet ways, not with collapse, but with release into the softness beneath you. There's no resistance now, only the way your body yields when it realizes nothing asks to be held upright. You don't have to carry the silence between breaths anymore. It doesn't need to be filled with apologies for being still or explanations for why you've stopped moving towards someone else's unease. The space in your chest is not a void. It's a room where things can exist without needing names. A lamp left on in an empty hallway, not because it's expected to guide anyone, but because the light has become part of the air. Outside, there might be sound wind across eaves, distant traffic, but you don't need to sort them out. You're not listening for signals or waiting to decode what they mean. The night is not a message in disguise. It doesn't want your attention, nor does it care whether you notice its presence. There's no performance required of you here, no act of being present just so someone else can feel safe. Your breath continues, not fast, not shallow, but deep enough to move the weight of the moment through your ribs without strain. Each exhale carries away something that wasn't yours to hold. Not guilt, not obligation, not a version of yourself you thought you had to become in order to be accepted. You are simply breathing into this darkness, and it is breathing back, not with words, but with the kind of quiet that only comes when no one needs to understand it. There's warmth gathering now beneath your skin, like sunlight trapped between layers of fabric. Not bright or urgent, just persistent, slowly seeping in from within. It doesn't burn. It doesn't demand attention. It simply is. A heat that came without effort, born of stillness. You don't have to protect it. You don't need to keep feeding it with thoughts or intentions. It stays because you've stopped trying to earn it. The edge of your awareness has softened into the shape of absence, not emptiness, but full quiet, like water pooling in a hollow where no one walks. There's nothing wrong with being unseen. Nothing broken about not being noticed. You're not failing at being there for others by staying here, lying down, letting time pass without saying anything. The house around you has settled into its own rhythm. Floorboards settling, vents breathing softly, curtains shifting slightly in a draft that doesn't matter. None of these things ask you to respond. They don't need your approval or acknowledgement. You aren't responsible for how the walls feel about the silence. The floor doesn't care if you are awake or not. The ceiling has no memory of what you've done or left undone. You are allowed to be unaware, to drift in the space between waking and dreaming, where thoughts don't have to make sense, where feelings can exist without needing a reason.
You aren't being lazy for resting. You aren't failing because you haven't called someone back yet. You aren't neglecting anyone by choosing not to think about what they might be feeling right now. The way your legs lie on the bed, slightly apart, relaxed at the hips, feels like a small surrender that doesn't need justification. Not rebellion, not resistance, just release. The body remembering how to let go when no one is watching and no one will ask for it back. You don't have to decide what's important tonight. You don't have to protect anyone from anything, especially not your own stillness. The weight of care has been lifted, not because you stopped caring, but because the act of holding space for others doesn't require constant vigilance or emotional labor. There's a soft hum in your bones now, a vibration that isn't noise, not really. It's more like the feeling of being held by something ancient and gentle, something older than words or intention. It moves through you without asking anything in return. You don't have to understand it. You don't need to name it. You are not required to be useful right now, not even to be kind. Just lying here, your body sinking deeper into the mattress, as if gravity has finally stopped resisting your weight, and there's no longer any point in fighting it. The bed isn't judging you for being too heavy or too light. It doesn't care how long you stay. Your skin feels like it's returning to itself, not shaped by expectation, not adjusted to fit someone else's idea of comfort. It's just your skin, warm, porous, breathing with the air around you. No one needs to see it clearly. No one has to approve of its shape or tone. It doesn't need permission to exist as it is. You don't have to be gentle because you're tired. You aren't being cruel for not responding. There's no failure in letting go, even if someone else might feel unsettled by your absence. Their feelings belong entirely to them. They are not caused by how long you stayed silent or whether you answered a message that never came. The night is holding you now, not because you asked, but because it always has. You were never meant to carry the weight of everyone's comfort. You weren't built to be proof that someone else feels seen. Your presence doesn't need to justify its existence. Your mind can wander now, no longer scanning for danger or missed signals, no longer rehearsing what you might say tomorrow. It can rest in the way a river rests when it reaches a flat plain, not because it stopped moving, but because it has found a new kind of flow. You don't have to protect anyone from your stillness. You don't need to prove that you're safe or reliable by staying awake. The world will turn without you needing to be in charge of it. for one more second. There is no checklist here. No hidden task waiting beneath the surface. No unspoken rule about how long you should stay alert before being allowed to sleep. You are not behind on anything, even if time passed while you weren't watching. Your chest rises and falls, not with effort, but with ease. Each breath arrives like a visitor who has come without warning or request, simply because it is part of the rhythm that already exists in this space between your thoughts. There's no need to greet it, no obligation to welcome it back. It knows its way. The air moves over you not as something to be managed, but as something that passes through like a memory. You don't have to remember. You aren't responsible for how it feels when it brushes against you. You don't have to adjust your body to make it more comfortable or easier to read. Your hands are open now, not because they were ever closed in the first place, but because they've stopped preparing to pick up something that never came. They lie where they fell, palms up like doors left ajar for no one, but still full of possibility, not burden. You aren't being asked to be anything tonight. Not even someone who knows what comes next. Just someone breathing. Someone lying down. Someone letting the night hold them without needing permission or explanation. There's a quiet in your chest now. Not silence, but depth, like water in a well that doesn't need anyone to draw from it. It stays because it is there, not for show, not to be noticed, just existing quietly and completely. Like roots growing in dark soil, where no one sees them, but everything depends on it. You don't have to fix anything. You don't have to protect the peace by staying awake. The world doesn't depend on your vigilance. It moves forward, whether you're watching or not. The space between your ribs settles like dust settling after a long stillness. Not heavy, just present. You aren't holding anything anymore. No one's name is on your tongue. No unfinished thought lingers at the edge of your breath. The quiet isn't empty. It holds you as if it had been waiting for this exact shape, this exact pause in motion. Your skin feels different now, not because it has changed, but because you no longer need to explain its temperature to anyone. You don't have to justify why it's cool, or warm, or flushed, or still. It doesn't need a reason to be sensitive. It doesn't owe the room an account of how it reacts when light touches it. The air moves across your arm as if brushing against something already known, something not meant to be managed. The weight in your shoulders loosens like threads that were knotted too tightly for years. Not pulled apart, just allowed to rest where they are. They don't need to lift anything tonight. No burden is expected. The memory of carrying doesn't have to stay awake just because it happened before. Your jaw unclenches slowly, not in a gesture, but in a quiet letting go. It's not about opening or closing. It's about no longer pressing forward into the future. There's no need to brace for what might come next. The muscles that once tensed at the sound of footsteps now remember how to rest even when they're alone. Your hands remain where they are, palms up and unclaimed, not offering anything, not waiting. They don't know what they're supposed to do with themselves because no one has said it out loud. Because there's nothing to receive or return. You aren't holding a promise. You aren't hiding an answer. Your hands are just breathing. The darkness behind your eyelids isn't empty. It holds the shape of stillness, like water in a glass, that never needs refilling. You don't have to keep it full. It doesn't need you to feed it with attention or care. The dark is not waiting for you to wake up. It's already been here. You can feel your breath moving through your body like something returning home after being away too long. Not arriving, but remembering the way in. You don't have to guide it. There's no need to make sure it reaches its destination or that it stays steady. It doesn't care about time. It just moves through you as if this were its only purpose. To pass through and leave behind a trace of ease. The mattress beneath you gives slightly, not because you're heavy, but because the weight of your body has finally found where it belongs. Not in effort, not in performance, just in being here, without needing to be seen or validated for staying put. There's no schedule written on any wall tonight, no list that waits behind a door. You don't need to check if anything is missing, because nothing was ever asked of you to begin with. The night has already accepted your presence as enough, without conditions. You are not being tested. There's no hidden test in the way your breathing slows or how long you stay still. No one is watching from behind a curtain, waiting for signs that you're safe, that you've done well, that you're still useful. You don't have to prove anything by staying awake. The world doesn't need you to be aware of it just because you exist. Your thoughts drift not like leaves in the wind, but like sediment sinking through water, slow, inevitable, without resistance. There's no point where they stop moving. They just settle into place, deep beneath surface tension, leaving behind only calm. The air around your face is still warm from your breath. It doesn't need to be moved or stirred. It stays where it is, the same temperature as you, the same rhythm. No one has to adjust their body because of what's happening in this room. You don't have to change for anyone else's comfort. You are not a solution, not a bridge, not a buffer between others and whatever might hurt them. You are just someone who is lying down, someone whose presence doesn't need to mean anything beyond being there. The silence isn't quiet because you made it so. It's quiet because it has always been part of the room, like the space beneath floorboards or the gap behind a curtain where no light reaches. It doesn't demand attention. It just is. Your body remembers how not to be ready, not for messages, not for calls, not for apologies or explanations or gestures that were never asked for. There's no need to stay on alert for someone else's emotional weather. The air in this room has already settled into your skin, and it doesn't care if you're watching. There's a quiet between heartbeats, not silence, but space, a pause where nothing happens, and still everything continues. You don't have to fill it with words or intentions. It isn't empty. It just holds the shape of what hasn't been said yet and never needs to be. The edge of your blanket rests against your ankle like something that arrived on its own. Not because you placed it there, not because someone told you to cover up, just resting where it fell, as if it had always belonged in that place. You don't have to keep the room warm for anyone else's sake. Your body doesn't need to generate heat just to be acceptable. It's already giving off what it naturally does, softly, steadily, without effort. The clock on the wall is still running, but not toward anything, not measuring time as if you were supposed to use it. The numbers don't matter anymore. They aren't tracking whether you're doing enough or being present long enough. There's no one behind a door waiting for your voice. No hidden message in the silence between seconds. You are not responsible for what happens when someone else is alone. Their loneliness isn't yours to carry, even if it feels like it once was. You don't have to be ready to help before you're allowed to rest. The world doesn't collapse because you're not awake and available at all times. It keeps turning without needing your attention, without needing your presence, without needing you to prove that you are still there. The darkness in the room isn't cold. It's soft around your edges, like fabric folded over a chair or an old coat left on the back of a door. Not waiting for anyone, just existing as it is. You don't have to explain why you're not moving, why you aren't doing something more. There's no need to be useful right now. No one needs you to fix anything, to smooth over any moment that might feel awkward or unresolved. The air in this space doesn't require your care. It just moves through, quietly and without demand. Your skin is not a surface to be read, not an expression of what you're feeling. It's not meant to show how much you've sacrificed or how many things you've said yes to. It's just yours. Warm, quiet, unguarded, in the way only something that doesn't need to prove itself can be. You don't have to say anything for it to matter. You don't have to respond for your presence to mean something. The night knows you're here, not because you did something, but because you are. The breath moves through you, not like a signal, not like an answer, not like effort, but like the slow pull of tides that don't care who sees them. It comes in and out without needing permission or explanation. There's no reason to greet it, no need to thank it for being here. You can let your attention rest where it is, not searching for signs, not scanning ahead for danger or missed cues. You can be still not, because you've done enough, but because stillness isn't failure. The air doesn't change because you're sleeping. It just stays around you, breathing with you in a rhythm that isn't yours and yet feels like home. There's no one checking on your condition. No hidden rule about how long you should be awake or when it's okay to let go. You don't have to earn the right to rest by staying up all night. Your body doesn't need to be proof of anything, of love, of care, of reliability. It doesn't need to show that someone else feels safe because you're still there. The weight you feel isn't pressure from the bed beneath you. It's just your body settling into its own shape, like clay left to dry without hands guiding it. There's no one adjusting your pillow, no invisible finger pressing down on a shoulder that says you should be doing more. The sheets don't shift because of anything you've done or failed to do. They move only with the quiet pull of air passing through the room, like something breathing gently between walls. Your hands are open now, not in surrender, not in apology, not in readiness, but simply resting where they fell, palms up and loose, as if they'd forgotten how to hold anything at all. No small object tucked into a pocket, no crumpled note waiting for your attention. Just space above them, unclaimed and unneeded. Not even the ghost of an obligation sits there. The silence isn't empty. It's full in its own way, like dust, drifting slowly through a beam of moonlight that doesn't need to be seen. It fills every corner where sound used to gather, behind the dresser, under the bed frame, behind the closed curtains, as if it had always been present and never left. You don't have to listen for footsteps down the hall or imagine what someone might say when they finally speak. There's no need to rehearse a response in your throat, to shape a word before it even forms. The quiet doesn't demand that you name it or explain why you're not moving toward it. It just is, like the slow fold of shadow across floorboards after dusk has fully settled. You don't have to be aware of where anyone else is. Not in this room. Not anywhere outside. You are not a marker for their presence. Not a signpost for when they return or whether they're safe. The house doesn't lean toward you because you're awake. It doesn't tremble at the thought of being unattended. There's no one waiting to be held by your voice in this moment. No fragile thing that would break if you didn't answer. You are not a promise made to someone else's need. You don't have to remain steady for their sake, or quiet so they can speak freely. The air doesn't pause when you stop breathing. It keeps drifting through cracks under the door, through the seam between ceiling and wall, as if it had no memory of being asked to wait, no reason to be careful. Your shoulders are not meant to carry anyone's burden. They don't need to stay lifted for someone else's comfort. The way they rest now, slumped just slightly forward, like a coat left on the edge of a chair, is exactly what they were built to do. Not for show, not for performance, but because their weight has been allowed to settle. The warmth beneath your skin isn't proof that you've done something right. It's simply heat returning from where it had hidden, behind nerves that used to flare at the sound of a door closing too loud, or someone sighing in a way that felt like disappointment. Now, there's no one behind any door to react to. No silence that must be filled with a word. You don't have to protect anyone by staying alert. The world doesn't collapse because you've stopped scanning for danger. It keeps turning on its own, without your permission, and without needing your consent. Your presence isn't required to maintain balance, not even in the smallest way. The night doesn't ask for your help to stay dark. It doesn't need your breath to feel deep or your mind to be still. The darkness isn't waiting for you to fix it with a light switch or an apology. It just is, soft and unbroken, like fabric folded over something old, but still whole. Your chest moves not because you're trying to be heard, but because the space inside has room to expand without fear. Not too much air, not too little. Just enough so that nothing gets caught in your throat or stuck behind your ribs. There's no one counting how long you stay like this. How many minutes pass with eyes closed and hands open? The time isn't measuring anything about you. It's not tracking whether you've been useful, present, kind. It doesn't care if you're still awake or already asleep. You can let your jaw unclench, not because someone told you to, but because it remembers how to be soft. Your teeth don't need to stay pressed together in case a word comes out wrong.
They can rest apart, just slightly, just enough, so the muscle between them doesn't have to remember what tension feels like. The room isn't keeping score of your stillness. It doesn't record whether you're doing well or failing at being quiet. It's not judging how long you stay in this shape. The way you folded into the bed, limbs soft and unforced. Nothing here is asking for a performance. No one sees you. No one will come to check on your breathing. There's no invisible thread connecting your rest to someone else's safety or peace of mind. You can let go not because it's expected, but because the act itself doesn't require explanation, approval, or proof that it was worth doing.
The air in this room isn't waiting for you to say anything before it stays still. It just exists. Like a breath held long enough to become part of something older than words. Your skin no longer needs to be read like a message board. No one is trying to decode what your posture says, or whether your arms are open because you mean to help, or closed because you're tired. You're not being judged by the way you lie. You don't have to choose between being kind and being allowed to rest. The two aren't opposites here. Kindness isn't a performance that must be paid for with exhaustion. It doesn't require your body to stay in one position, awake or alert. The silence is not a threat. It's not a signal that something has gone wrong because you haven't said anything yet. There's no unfinished sentence hanging between heartbeats. No unspoken thing waiting for its turn. You are allowed to be here without doing anything at all, without being needed, without being useful, without proving your presence means something. No one is looking to see if you're still there. The world doesn't need confirmation from your voice that you haven't left. Your body can rest not because it's earned it, but because it has always belonged here. Not as a caretaker, not as an answer, not as someone who must respond, just as something that exists in the dark, quietly, without demand. The weight on your limbs isn't effort, it's just gravity, and you're letting yourself sink into its rhythm. You don't have to keep anything open
for anyone. The space behind your ribs is not meant to be a place where someone else can come in and take up room. It's yours, not because you claimed it, but because no one ever took it away. There's no need to leave part of yourself awake, just in case someone needs help later. No reason to stay half awake so your ears can catch the smallest sound from outside. You don't have to be ready at all times, because that readiness never came with permission anyway. The dark isn't a test. It doesn't want you to prove anything by staying awake. It just holds you like something that has always known how to wait without needing an answer. You can breathe not in preparation, but because your body remembers it's allowed. Not because someone said so, but because the air knows where it belongs, right inside you, moving through slowly, softly, without hurry. The night doesn't need a reason to be still. It just is. And so are you. The mattress holds you where you are. No demand for movement. No insistence that you shift or adjust. You are not being asked to make space for anyone else's presence. Nor must you leave room in your breath for someone else's name. The edge of the blanket rests against your ankle like a quiet gesture. It doesn't ask anything of you. It just stays there, warm and unclaimed. Your foot is no longer shaped by the memory of walking somewhere important or carrying something heavy. It lies as it was meant to, still, bare, resting on air. A single thread has come loose from your sleeve, dangling just below your wrist like a forgotten word that never quite reached its end. No one needs you to pull it back in. It doesn't matter whether the fabric stays whole or unravels further. You don't need to repair what is already broken, nor fix what no longer requires fixing. The thread drifts slightly with the warmth from your skin. No force guiding it, no hand returning it to place. The air inside this room moves like a slow tide in an empty bowl. It doesn't rush toward any destination. It isn't trying to carry sound or warning or message. It just fills the space between walls and ceiling and floor with its quiet weight. There's no one listening for shifts, for changes. No ear tuned to your breath, as if it were a signal, like when someone is waiting for you to say something before they know whether to stay or go. You can let your jaw soften without needing to remember that this isn't weakness. It's not surrender. It's the kind of softness that comes from knowing. No one will mistake stillness for failure. Your lips unclench, just slightly, no longer pressed together like a door meant to keep things out or hold something in. The silence here is not empty. It has texture, It feels thick and rounded, like wool folded over itself in the dark. You don't have to listen for what's missing, because nothing is being lost. There's no sound that was supposed to arrive but didn't. No quiet that needs filling. Your shoulders aren't carrying anything now. No invisible load of care. No weight of anticipation.
They rest where they fell when you turned onto your side, tucked beneath the sheets like roots settling into soil. The space between them isn't a gap waiting to be bridged by someone else's need. It's just open air. The ceiling above you is not watching. It doesn't track how long you stay still or whether your eyes are closed. It doesn't register whether this moment counts as rest or if it should have been longer. You don't have to earn its patience with motion. It accepts the way you lie. No explanation needed. The blanket has settled into a crease across your chest, not from effort, but because of gravity and shape and time. No one told it how to fall. No instruction was given about where it should gather or which part must stay tucked. The fabric doesn't care if it's smooth or uneven, just that it covers you gently, as though remembering a rhythm. You don't have to remember whether anyone else is sleeping well right now. You don't need to check in on the quiet outside your window, the street light at the corner, the house down the way where someone might still be awake without knowing why. Their night isn't yours to measure. The distance between homes doesn't require you to stay alert. There's no sound that must be answered before sleep can come. No rustle of paper, no whisper from a dream, nothing calling for recognition or confirmation. Your ears don't have to listen anymore, not because they are tired, but because there is no task left. Your hands rest on the sheet like two small things that have returned home after being used for something else, something long finished. They're not readying themselves for another touch, another gesture. They aren't holding anything back. The space between your fingers is not waiting to be filled with someone's request or need. It's just open air. The warmth under the covers isn't proof of care. It's simply heat, radiating from you and pooling in the hollows where you've settled. No one gave it permission to stay there. It doesn't belong to anyone else. You don't have to guard its presence like a secret. You are not required to be present for others' feelings, whether they're growing quiet or stirring awake.
Their dreams aren't yours to witness. Their breaths not your responsibility. Your chest isn't the place where someone's sorrow should land or where relief is meant to settle. It's just yours now, the way a handkerchief becomes forgotten in a coat pocket, left behind and unneeded. The darkness doesn't ask you to stay awake for it. It doesn't want you to prove that you're still there by not moving. It holds you because it has always known how to hold. Like a blanket that folds around someone without being told what shape to take. Your breath moves through your body like water finding its own level. Not searching, not fighting, just flowing down into the places where tension once lived. The air doesn't need you to want it in. It enters because it belongs there. The room isn't waiting for a sign from you. No nod, no word, no flicker of attention. It doesn't require anything before it stays still. You don't have to prove that your stillness is real or meaningful. There's no one outside this space who needs you to be awake in order to feel safe. No child turning their head toward the door because they're not sure if someone will come. No partner lying beside you, wondering whether you'll notice if they shift. The world doesn't depend on your presence tonight. Not for comfort, not for balance. You can let go not because it's easy, but because there is no one who needs to see you do it. Not even yourself. The weight in your limbs isn't effort. It's just the way gravity feels when nothing else is pushing back. It doesn't demand anything of you. It simply allows you to sink deeper into what already exists beneath you. Your skin remembers how to be still, how not to tense up at the sound of a car passing or a distant door closing. It knows that silence isn't a test, that being quiet doesn't mean something is wrong. Your body isn't failing because it's not doing anything. It's resting because there is no reason not to. The fabric against your back holds you without trying to shape you. It doesn't want you to be softer or firmer, more alert or less aware. You don't have to prove that you're present by staying awake. Your presence here isn't a performance. It's just existence. You are allowed to exist without being useful, without being asked, without needing a reason. There is no moment that must be held longer than it wants to end. No second that needs protection from passing. The night doesn't care if you miss the last train or forget a name. It doesn't keep track of your intentions or how many things you meant to do tomorrow. You don't have to carry the shape of someone else's expectation in your bones. You don't need to wear their worry like armor. Your body can be soft, like cloth left out overnight, slowly absorbing the stillness of air and dark. The quiet isn't a wall between you and others. It's just space. It doesn't mean anything is broken. It doesn't say that love has been withdrawn or care has stopped.
It's simply what happens when no one needs to speak. You are not responsible for how someone else feels in the morning. Not because you've done wrong, but because your sleep isn't a contract with their peace. The air between your ribs moves gently, without urgency. No one is waiting outside to step inside and claim that space. It's yours, not by right, but simply because no one ever took it. You don't have to stay awake so someone else won't wake up alone. There is no invisible thread connecting your breath to their need for comfort. Your rest isn't a theft from anyone. It doesn't take anything away, only gives back what was never asked for. The right to be quiet, not because you've earned it, but simply because you are here. The floor beneath you is not waiting for your footsteps to confirm its existence. It does not care that you have paused, that you are still here, instead of moving through the house like a shadow checking corners. The wood doesn't measure how long you've stayed in one place, nor does it record whether you've left something undone. It simply holds what is laid upon it: your weight, your breath, the heat of your skin, and gives back nothing but silence. There's no echo in this room that remembers your voice from earlier today. The walls do not carry your tone like a message meant to be passed on or repeated. They don't store your apologies, your reassurances, the way you said, "I'm fine," when your hands were shaking. They don't know what you didn't say aloud. The lamp is off now, but it still breathes in its own dark. Its cord lies slack across the floor, like a forgotten hand that has stopped reaching. The switch on the wall doesn't twitch with anticipation for your return. No light will flare at the sound of your name, because no one called you tonight. Your fingers are relaxed against the sheet, not because they've been told to be, but simply because they don't know how to hold anything else anymore. They aren't preparing to write a note or lift a cup or press a button. There is nothing to pass from hand to hand, and so your hands remain open, not empty, just unclaimed. You can let go of the shape of someone else's disappointment, even if you've never seen it written down. The space where that feeling might be isn't occupied by anything real. It's only an idea you've kept in your chest, like a folded letter with no address. It doesn't need to be answered. You don't have to answer for what hasn't been asked. The air on the back of your neck is not trying to warn you about movement outside this room. It isn't scanning the hallway or measuring how far away footsteps are. It's just cool and still,
and breathing with no demand attached to it. Your shoulders don't need to rise because someone might be watching. They don't have to stay tight in case a question comes. You can let them sink lower than you've allowed in weeks. Lower even than they remember being before the year started. The fabric of your shirt doesn't pull at your skin like a reminder to stand taller, straighter, more present. You are not failing because you haven't said what needed to be said. You are not missing anything simply by resting. No one is rehearsing their next sentence in the silence outside this bed, because no one is even listening anymore.
The world doesn't keep track of how many things you meant to do, or whether you remembered to thank someone whose name slipped from your lips last week. You don't have to carry the memory of a smile that didn't reach your eyes. You don't need to hold on to the way someone looked when they said, "I'll be okay," with their mouth but not their face. There's no obligation in stillness, only permission, like a door left slightly open so air can circulate, even if no one walks through it. Your breath doesn't have to match anyone else's rhythm. It isn't trying to stay synchronized with the pulse of another person's chest or the cadence of their sleep. It moves on its own terms now, not because you're holding your body in place, but simply because you've stopped telling it what to do. The darkness is not a void waiting for someone to fill it with words, gestures, explanations. It doesn't need to be explained. It isn't a test of whether you've been kind enough, or careful enough, or present enough. You are allowed to exist in the absence of meaning without being required to create any. Your body knows what it means to stop offering itself, what it feels like when no one says, "I need you," and nothing needs fixing. It doesn't panic because there's no task left. It doesn't tighten with anxiety at not having a reason to be awake. There's no noise in the house that is trying to get your attention. The refrigerator didn't kick on just for you. The clock didn't chime so you'd know it was time to rise again. The quiet isn't heavy. It's light, like dust, settling after something has passed through a room and left nothing behind, but still air. You don't have to stay awake because someone might wake up with their eyes open in the dark. You can rest even if they do. Your sleep doesn't affect theirs, because it never did. No one is holding on to your presence like a lifeline when you're not there. There's no message hidden in the way the light shifts on the ceiling. It's just a shadow from outside, moving slowly across walls that don't care whether you see it or not. You are not responsible for how someone feels tomorrow morning, because they aren't depending on your sleep to keep them steady. They're not waiting for you to wake up and say, "I'm here," before they can take their first breath. The house is not holding its breath either. It's just resting, like the air inside it, like the floor under you, like the weight of your eyelids pressing down without effort. No one is going to knock. No voice will call from a doorway asking for help that only you could give. You don't have to prepare yourself, because no one expects anything anymore.
Even if someone were to wake up and feel alone in their bed tonight, it wouldn't be your fault. It wouldn't mean you failed. It wouldn't prove anything about how much love you've given or how much you're owed. Your silence isn't a wall. It's just space between breaths. Like the pause between notes and music that doesn't need to be filled. You can stop checking whether everything is okay, because nothing has asked you to be the one who keeps it that way. The moon outside isn't watching. The street light down the block isn't measuring how long you've been still. They don't care if your hands are clenched or open, your eyes closed or wide. You can let go of being needed, even when no one says anything, because you're allowed to be here without a purpose, not because you did something right, not because you said the right thing, just because you've been tired, and now you're not pushing forward anymore. Your chest doesn't have to rise with effort. It can just move, like water in a bowl that's no longer being stirred. No one is counting how long you stay asleep. No voice outside this room is saying, wait, or stay. You don't need to prove your existence by staying awake. The world keeps turning, even when the part of it that's next to you isn't moving at all. And there's no reason why you can't be quiet, because being quiet doesn't mean you're not here. It only means that nothing is asking for anything from you right now. You don't have to do a thing, say a word, offer an explanation. There's no one who needs your attention in this moment, not even yourself. Your body isn't trying to protect you anymore. It doesn't need to be ready. It just wants to stop holding on. And so it lets go, slowly, without resistance, like water releasing from a cup that was never meant to carry it for long. The weight of your limbs is not effort. It's simply the way gravity feels when nothing is fighting back. It doesn't demand anything. It only allows you to be exactly where you are. There's no reason to stay awake, because there's no one waiting for you to speak, to move, to fix what isn't broken. You don't have to carry anyone else's breath in your chest. The silence between your thoughts is not empty. It's full of the quiet that comes after being wanted, after having been needed, after being asked again and again, until it no longer matters whether you're there or not. And now you can rest even if they don't know it, even if they never feel it. You can let your hands fall like leaves from a tree that has forgotten how to grow back. Your breath doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't need to be steady or deep or long. It just needs to be yours, moving without permission, because no one is watching anymore. Your fingers are still curled slightly at the tips, as if they remember how to reach for something that isn't there. The skin on your palms is warm where it rests against the fabric of your bedsheet. Soft cotton that doesn't ask anything of you, doesn't need a promise or a gesture in return. It only holds what's placed upon it without remembering who put it there. You don't have to smooth it out. You don't have to adjust the way it lies over your wrists. The fabric is not waiting for perfection, just stillness. There's no one across the room who is wondering if you're listening, or whether you noticed their pause before speaking, or if they were too quiet in their silence.
No one is measuring how long your breath takes to return after a sound from outside. The distant hum of traffic fading into something almost like sleep itself. You don't have to match anyone's rhythm. Your body isn't trying to keep time with another person's heartbeat. It doesn't need to stay awake just because someone else might wake up later and feel unsteady without you there. The weight in your chest has settled, not collapsed, not broken, but released from the pressure of being a kind of anchor for others' feelings. You don't have to hold their balance when they sway. The air around you isn't charged with obligation. It's just air, cool at the edges, thick and quiet like old paper left on a shelf too long. There are no hands reaching through it asking for help. Your shoulders, which held so much in the day, the weight of unspoken concerns, the posture of readiness, are now sinking into the mattress, not with defeat, but simply because there's nowhere else to go. They don't need to be high or tense anymore. The muscles that once braced against surprise messages, against sudden requests, have finally remembered how to relax without being wrong for doing so. You're allowed to forget what someone might say if you didn't answer right away. You're allowed to not know whether they'll miss your voice when it's gone from the room. There is no test of presence tonight. No scorecard tucked beneath a pillow. No note left behind saying, "You were supposed to stay." Even if someone wakes up and feels unsteady in their bed, a small tremor inside them that doesn't have a name, you don't need to be called into it. You're not the only one who can sit with silence. You're not the only one who knows how stillness can feel like love. The way your knees press lightly together is not an act of control. It's just alignment. The quiet meeting of two parts that have stopped trying to fix each other. The space between them isn't empty.
It holds a kind of patience that doesn't need to be proven. There's no one standing at the edge of this room waiting for you to speak or move or open your eyes again. No footstep approaching on the floorboards. No breath held just before someone says something important. The silence isn't heavy. It's full of the kind of peace that comes after not having to answer. You don't have to be the person who remembers everything. What was said at dinner? What wasn't said in a glance? What was left unsaid between two people who knew too much and spoke too little? That burden doesn't belong to you anymore. It isn't yours to carry through sleep. Even if someone else is hurt by your absence, that pain doesn't have to be connected to you, doesn't need to mean anything about whether you were good enough or present enough. Your stillness does not erase their feelings, but it also doesn't require you to fix them. The dark outside the window isn't judging how long you stay in this moment of quiet.
It doesn't care if your hands are open or closed, if your jaw is relaxed or tight. There's no one who needs to know what your body feels like tonight. Your feet don't need to be ready for anything. They aren't preparing to walk anywhere. The soles just rest against the bedsheet, warm and unclaimed, as if they've been waiting not to go anywhere, but simply to stay where they are. You don't have to imagine what would happen if you didn't respond tomorrow. You don't need to rehearse a sentence that will fix an awkward silence or smooth over something that wasn't broken in the first place.
There's no script you must follow. No line of dialogue you're expected to deliver when someone calls your name. The quiet between heartbeats is not failure. It's just breath returning without purpose, like water finding its level after being stirred too long. You don't have to be useful to exist. You don't need to be needed to matter. No one outside this room has said anything about whether you're doing it right, whether your rest qualifies as care, or if it counts as neglect. No one is watching. No one is keeping score. There's only the slow unfolding of dark against stillness, and the quiet expansion of a body that doesn't have to be ready. Your arms lie where they've fallen, not outstretched in offering, not folded in resistance, but simply there, like branches after winter has passed. They don't need to reach for anything. They're not waiting for permission to stay exactly as they are. There's no urgency behind your breath. It doesn't rush toward a goal or try to fill a gap. It just rises and falls with the ease of something that knows it isn't being watched, that nothing depends on how long it lasts. You don't have to be the one who holds space for others' loneliness. You're not responsible for what happens when they feel small in their own bed. The world doesn't depend on your presence to stay whole. There's no rule saying you must wake up before dawn, or that your rest has a deadline. No voice is reminding you how much time remains before someone needs something from you. There are no clocks ticking down toward the moment when you're expected to be awake again. You can let go of the idea that being still means not caring, because care doesn't always look like action. Care isn't always in motion, or in words, or in attention. Sometimes it's just this, lying here, letting your body unlearn what it was taught about duty and performance. Your chest moves without effort now, not because you've decided to relax, but because the weight of being useful has lifted from the air around you. The pressure that once sat on your ribs like a hand pressing gently downward is gone. You don't have to lift yourself up anymore. There's no one who needs you to be strong tonight. No one needs you to stand in front of anything or answer for anything. The silence isn't empty. It's full of the kind of quiet that comes after not having to speak. Your fingers are not clenched because they remember how to help. They're open because they've remembered how to rest.
There is no reason why your hands can't feel like something soft and unimportant, like things that have been used too much, but don't need to be used again tonight. The sheet doesn't care if you move or stay still. It only holds what's placed upon it without asking for anything in return. You don't have to prove you're worthy of rest by staying awake longer than necessary.
Even the air around your face is not waiting for a signal from you. No breath needs to be taken just because someone else might feel cold later. The warmth at your neck isn't being held back. It's just existing, like the quiet that lives in between thoughts when no one is speaking. There's no reason why you can't let yourself sink deeper into this moment, not as a victory, not as rebellion, but simply because you're tired and it feels right to stop trying. Not even for your own sake, just because nothing asks you to be anything other than exactly where you are. The dark outside doesn't ask what's inside the house. It just watches without expectation, like someone who has learned how to wait without wanting an answer. You don't have to be a presence in anyone else's life tonight, even if that feels like the only way you've ever known how to exist. Your body is not on duty anymore. It doesn't need permission to stop being useful. It just knows, finally, how to stay still. And it doesn't feel strange or wrong for doing so. Your breath slows again, not because you've decided to slow it, but because the air has learned how to stay with you. without demanding anything back. It flows through your nose like a quiet current in a room where no one is listening. No one even remembers they're supposed to be here. The weight of your limbs isn't just relaxing. It's remembering that being heavy doesn't mean being needed. You aren't carrying anyone's sorrow or holding their worry by the edge of your breath or balancing someone else's calm on your shoulders. The blanket above you is not a shield against cold. It's simply lying there, folded in place, like something that has given up trying to be useful. It doesn't need to warm anything except what it already covers.
You don't have to make sure it stays where it belongs. It knows its own shape now, and the way it settles into folds without effort. Your feet are no longer waiting for a signal. No instruction from your mind saying move, or stand, or go. They're just beneath the sheets, still warm, not remembering how to walk. That's all right. The floor doesn't care if you stay put. The walls don't remember what you've done for them in past nights when they were cold and dark. There's no one at the edge of your thoughts asking why you're quiet. No face appears behind your eyelids with a look that says you should be doing something. You are not being judged by silence or measured by stillness. The room holds your body without holding it accountable. It doesn't ask how much time you've spent helping others, only how long you can stay in the space of what is. Your shoulders don't need to rise anymore, not because they're tired, but because they've learned not to lift for no reason. They are no longer bracing against a future demand. The muscles under your skin have forgotten the rhythm of preparation, the way they used to tighten before someone spoke, as if you were already rehearsing an answer. The night outside doesn't know what you're doing. It doesn't track whether you finished everything that needed to be done. It just continues on its own path through darkness and distance without needing a report from you. Stars don't blink because they're waiting for your approval. The moon doesn't shift position in anticipation of your next move. And inside the house, there's no sound but your breath. Not even the hum of appliances or distant traffic can break the soft stillness that has grown around you like moss on stone. Slow and quiet, and unbothered by urgency. There is no need to listen for footsteps or check if someone might be calling. The silence doesn't have a message. Your hands are not empty because they're useless. They're open because there's nothing left to hold on to that requires them. They don't ache from work, but from the memory of having done too much without rest. Now they lie on top of your chest like two small things that have finally been allowed to stop pretending. There is no purpose behind their position, no reason why they must be placed this way. They are simply where they are. You don't need to explain why you're not moving. No one will ask how long you've been lying here, or if your thoughts are still spinning in loops of what could go wrong later. There is no record being kept.
The house doesn't remember the things you did yesterday or even last week. It only holds this moment as it comes. Your chest rises and falls without resistance now. Not because you're trying to relax, but because there's nothing pressing down from above. No invisible hand, no weight of expectation, no voice whispering you should be doing more. There is just air, just the simple act of breathing in and out, like a river that doesn't care about where it flows. The warmth at your temple isn't trying to comfort anyone. It's simply warm because you are. It doesn't need to mean anything beyond being there. The softness behind your eyes isn't waiting for clarity or resolution. It's just resting, like the quiet after rain has stopped on a window pane. You don't have to be present in order to matter. You aren't less valuable because you're not doing something. There is no rule that says care must be visible or measurable or return. Some kinds of love are never spoken. Some kindnesses exist only in the way you let yourself stay where you are. The night isn't passing too slowly. It's just being exactly as it needs to be. Not rushing forward, not waiting for anything to happen. It simply is. And so are you. There's no need to plan how you'll wake tomorrow, or whether your body will remember the difference between rest and responsibility. You don't have to decide what comes next. The moment doesn't require a future from you. It only asks that you be here now without trying to fix anything. Even your thoughts are not rushing anymore. Not because they've been told to slow down, but because there's no one at the end of them asking for an answer. They drift like leaves on a still stream, floating where the water takes them, with no destination and no need to return. The air around you is not thick with unspoken demands. It's light enough that your breath doesn't have to push through it. It moves easily, as if gravity itself has stopped measuring how much effort you're using. You don't have to be useful in order to belong here. You aren't being tested or evaluated by the silence. The dark isn't watching for signs of struggle, only listening to your breath and letting it be. Your skin doesn't need permission to feel warm. It's already warm, not because you've done anything to earn it, but because your body is just doing what bodies do when they're not being asked to perform. There are no standards attached to how much heat you should hold. No one will say you aren't enough if the room stays cool. There's a quiet in the joints of your fingers that wasn't there before, like space between bones, like time that has no purpose. It isn't empty, it's just not being used for anything.
And that is exactly as it should be. The weight of your arms is not burdened by what they might do later. They are simply lying where they fall, one on top of the other, without shame or expectation. No one will come along and say you should use them. No voice from memory says your hands were made for work. Only silence remains. Your breath isn't trying to be deep. It's just long enough. Not because you're breathing correctly, but because your body doesn't feel the need to prove it's working properly. It moves as if it knows no one is watching. Even the space between heartbeats feels unhurried now. Not a pause, waiting for something to come back, but a moment that exists on its own terms.
There's no urgency in the silence between pulses, only stillness with fullness. You don't need to be needed to exist. You are not fading because you're quiet. You are not disappearing just because you aren't speaking. Your presence doesn't depend on being useful or seen or noticed by anyone else. The world continues without your approval. The stars remain where they've always been, and the air still moves through trees that don't ask for thanks when it passes. And you're here, not doing anything special, not fixing anything, not holding space for someone else's emotion.
Just being, lying in bed, wrapped in sheet and shadow, breathing as if no one is listening, feeling your own body without needing to explain it. You don't have to be more than this moment. You don't need to become something new or different or better. There is nothing you must prove tonight. No test of endurance, no record of performance, no requirement to be strong. This stillness isn't failure. It's a kind of quiet strength that doesn't shout. It doesn't announce itself with effort.
It just exists, like warmth in the corners of a room after everyone has gone, like dust motes floating in air long after light has turned off. Your body is not waiting for permission to stop being useful. It already knows how to rest. It's only been remembering how to believe it was allowed. The edge of your blanket has curled just slightly at the foot of the bed. No one pulled it back. No hand adjusted it. And still, it rests there, soft and unclaimed, as if waiting for a reason to unfold again. It doesn't need one. The way it lies is enough. Your toes are not curling toward effort. They're simply resting in their own shape,
like stones that have stopped rolling. There's no purpose to how they arch or press into the fabric, only stillness with softness, and that is exactly where you belong. The wall beside your head doesn't hum with memory of anything you've said or failed to say. It holds nothing back, no echo of a voice from earlier in the day, not even the ghost of an apology left unspoken. The plaster breathes without judgment, absorbing silence like it was made for it. You don't need to explain why you didn't reply. No one is listening to your absence as if it were a signal. Your jaw has loosened at the hinge, not because you forced it, not because you're trying to relax, but simply because there's no more need to hold your teeth together like a promise. The muscles behind your ears have unknotted themselves, and now they lie still, not guarding against sound or thought. There's no one waiting for you to say anything at all. Even the space between your ribs isn't tense with anticipation. It doesn't feel hollow because it's empty. It feels full of air that belongs only to you, not borrowed from someone else's need.
You don't have to keep breathing like a signal light, flashing, "I'm here," or "I'm listening." The rhythm continues without performance, without proof. Your hands are no longer resting on your stomach, as if ready to rise at the slightest call. They aren't curled into fists of readiness. They're open, palms up, fingers relaxed, like things that have given up trying to catch anything. Not even a shadow passes through them now with urgency. No one needs what they might offer. The air in the room moves slowly over your skin, not brushing, not probing, but passing by as if it knows better than to interrupt. It doesn't come to ask for something. It doesn't pause at your shoulder like someone waiting to be noticed. It drifts through spaces that don't need filling, and you are not responsible for what they lack. There's a kind of quiet in the fabric of the sheets, something soft between fibers where warmth pools and stays, undisturbed by hands that might tug or pull. The cotton doesn't care if it's being used. It just holds heat like an old secret passed from one night to another, without needing to be named. Your breath is not a measure of time passing. It isn't counting minutes until someone speaks. It doesn't mark how long you've been quiet. It simply moves in and out, not fast enough to worry about, slow enough to forget the clock. The air enters your lungs like something returning home, not because it was sent, but because it belongs. You don't have to remember what's left undone.
That kind of memory isn't necessary here. No list needs checking. No task waits beneath a pillow or behind a door. There is no stack of things that must be finished before you can sleep. Only the soft weight of your own body lying where it falls.
The light from outside has long gone dim, not just faded, but surrendered to full night. It doesn't flicker at the window like someone still watching. The glass holds darkness as if it were a gift. There's no one on the other side reaching through for an answer, not even in shadow. Your shoulders don't hover near your ears anymore. They've settled into their own place, not pulled back or forward, but simply there, resting against the bed like stones placed where they belong. No effort to carry anything, no pressure to be upright or alert. Just weight that isn't burdened by expectation. Even your thoughts aren't trying to fix anything now. They don't flit from one worry to another like birds, chasing each other through a yard. They drift, slow and low, not in search of solutions, not looking for ways to help, just floating, quiet and unmoored, like leaves that forgot they were meant to fall. There's no need to be gentle with yourself tonight, not because you've earned it, but because the world has already stopped asking. No one is waiting to see if you can hold it together. The silence doesn't care how much you gave or didn't give. It only holds what you bring, your breath, your warmth, your stillness, and that is enough. The darkness in the room isn't empty. It's full of things that don't need names. A shape under the chair,
A fold in the curtain.
the place where light used to be. Nothing needs fixing here. Nothing asks for attention, and you aren't expected to fix anything at all. Your feet have stopped tracing the path they walked earlier. No one followed them. No request was made. They're simply resting on the bed, not pretending to be ready, not pretending to be anywhere else, just where they are. There's a kind of calm in your chest that isn't effort. It's more like allowance, like you've been given permission to take up space without needing to justify it. The air inside you doesn't need to be perfect or useful. It just is. Quiet, steady, moving with no one else's breath guiding it. Your fingers don't remember what they were meant to do. Not because they're forgetting, but because they've been released from duty. No task calls them forward. No hand reaches out for help. They lie where they fall, not as tools or instruments of care, but simply as parts of you, soft, unneeded, and at peace. The corner of your blanket is still curled. The sheet
still holds its shape. Nothing has been rearranged since the last time you were aware. And that's all right. No one will come in to straighten it. No voice will ask why it looks like this. It doesn't need to be perfect or neat or ready for someone else. Even your eyelids aren't holding their shape out of habit. They've stopped fighting the urge to stay closed. There's no reason left to keep them open. Not because you're tired, but because there's nothing left to see that matters. The room holds its breath not in anticipation, but in quiet solidarity with yours. It doesn't want anything from you. It only wants you, just as you are. Not more, not less, not different. There's no one asking if you're still listening. No one wondering whether you care. The air is full of things that don't need to be said. And that is exactly how it should be. You don't have to be present for anything now, not even the next moment. You aren't required to show up in your own body with purpose or presence. There's no test. No one grading you on how long you stay still. Your skin isn't waiting for praise. It doesn't need to be touched to feel real. The warmth beneath it is not a performance. It's simply what happens when the body lets go of effort. The silence between your heartbeats isn't empty. It isn't holding its breath. It just exists, like a space that wasn't made to be filled, only inhabited. And you are inhabiting it quietly and completely. You don't need to think about how long this will last. You don't have to wonder whether you'll wake up tomorrow or if anything needs doing. There's no future here, not even the idea of one. Only now, only breath, only wait, only darkness that doesn't ask for answers. The night isn't waiting for you to finish being still before it continues. It moves without you, and you are not left behind. Your body is not in mourning because you're off duty. It's not grieving the end of usefulness. It's simply remembering how to be without purpose, without need, without demand. And so you stay, not as a guest, not as someone waiting for permission, but as something that already belongs here. As if the air knew your shape before you did. There is no beginning or ending to this moment. No start line, no finish. Only stillness with fullness. Like water holding its form in a cup that doesn't need to be used. Your hands are not empty. They're open. Not because they're ready for something, but because they've stopped being asked. The weight you carry isn't heavy because it's yours. It's heavy because you've held it so long without setting it down. But now slowly, like a stone sinking through water that doesn't resist, the pressure is no longer fixed in your shoulders. It slips, not all at once, never all at once, but in small moments where your body forgets to brace. One breath moves through you, and the air shifts slightly inside your ribs. The space between your collarbones isn't tight anymore. You don't have to remind yourself to let it be open. It simply is. The night doesn't ask for a response. No one waits in the hallway with an unspoken request. No voice hovers just behind the door. There's only silence that has stopped waiting. And you are not its guest, but its companion. The wall beside your head holds warmth from where you've lain. It remembers your shape even when you don't feel it anymore. Not as proof of presence, but as a quiet witness to stillness. Your fingers rest like leaves on soil, no longer pressing into the mattress for balance, not gripping anything at all. They're not curled in readiness or flattened out from effort. They are what they are, soft extensions of your body, with no task assigned, no role called forth. The tip of one touches just barely against the edge of the sheet. It doesn't press. It doesn't seek to fix or adjust. It rests there like a note left on an empty page. The blanket has settled into its own shape, not because you arranged it, not because someone else would care if it were straight, but because it no longer needs to be anything more than what it is. The curve at the foot of the bed isn't messy or unfinished. It's just a fold in fabric that chose to lie where it fell when no hands came to rearrange it. You don't have to wonder who might find you this way, or whether they'd mind if your hair were tangled, or if the pillow is lopsided. You aren't being observed. There are no eyes looking for imperfections in how you occupy space. The room isn't judging the slant of your arm or the way your knee rests slightly higher than the other. It doesn't care whether your toes point toward the wall or curl inward like roots. Your breath moves through you without needing to be steady or deep or purposeful. There's no rhythm required, no pattern to match. It comes and goes in its own time, like a stream that flows not because it's being guided, but because it knows where it wants to go. And right now, it only wants to stay here. There's no reason for your body to remember how to be helpful. No one needs you to stand up or answer the door or say something kind before you fall asleep. You aren't required to finish thinking about anyone else. No last thought, no apology, no plan for tomorrow. The next moment isn't waiting for you to arrive. It's already moving forward without your permission. Your chest doesn't need to expand in preparation for a new responsibility. It just breathes, as if it has been given the freedom not to prepare at all. There's no future stretching ahead that demands your attention. No one is planning on calling you, or needing your help, or expecting anything from this moment. The air inside you isn't filling up with worry. It doesn't need to be cleared out, because someone else might be disappointed. You don't have to soften the edges of yourself before anyone sees you in bed. There's no one here to see at all. Not even your own memory. Not right now. Just the softness of darkness that doesn't expect anything. The silence isn't empty. It holds something like patience. It knows how long it will be before you wake up. And it doesn't mind. It doesn't need you to make sense of it or explain why you're lying here. You don't have to justify your stillness with a reason or even an intention. Your jaw has unclenched without notice, not because you remembered to relax, but because the muscles just decided they didn't have anything left to hold. The tension in your temples melts like snow on stone. Slowly, quietly, so that it's not even felt as it goes away. The sheet beneath you isn't perfect. It wrinkles where you've shifted during sleep. There are little folds and creases formed by your body's slow drift through the night. They don't need to be smoothed out. No one will come in later to fix them. The world doesn't care if they're neat or symmetrical. You can lie exactly as you are, not leaning forward, not bracing for impact, not holding yourself together like a bridge that might collapse under too much weight. You aren't trying to hold anything steady anymore. Not your posture, not your breath, not even the idea of being present. There's no one who needs your attention now. No voice calling from outside the room asking whether you're okay or if you've thought about their problem yet. There is only this. Your body on the mattress, your eyes closed, your mind not moving toward anything, and a quiet so deep it feels like being underwater in a place where no one else lives. You don't have to be useful tonight. You don't have to prove that you care by staying awake or thinking about others. The fact that you're here, just lying there, is enough. It doesn't need to mean anything more than what it is.
your body resting without needing a reason. The darkness isn't cold. It's not waiting for you to do something before it lets go of you. It wraps around you like an old coat someone left behind in the hall. Worn but soft. Familiar enough that you don't even notice you're wearing it anymore. Your hands are no longer open because they're expecting anything. They're open simply because there's nothing inside them to hold on to. No memories of being needed. No echoes of requests past. No future tasks that haven't happened yet. There is only the feeling of space between your fingers. The kind of openness that isn't about reaching, but about being. The air in the room doesn't need you to breathe it properly. It's not measuring how much you take or whether you're inhaling enough. You don't have to be efficient with oxygen or mindful of each breath. The air just moves through you as if it knows your shape already and has no intention of changing anything. You are not being tested on how long you can stay quiet. No one is checking to see if you've stopped thinking about others. There's no scoreboard, no way to fail this moment. Only the slow passage of time that doesn't ask for a contribution. There's nothing left to do except be here, with your eyes closed and your body in motion, only because it needs to breathe. No one is waiting to see if you'll wake up or how long you'll stay still. The night continues without needing your presence at all, but still allows you to belong. Your shoulders don't have to lift. They're not being asked to carry anything. No weight of guilt, no burden of expectation. They sink into the mattress as if they've remembered that gravity is kinder than obligation. There's a warmth behind your knees where the blanket has pressed against skin for hours. It doesn't need to be deeper or more intense. It just is what it is. Quiet heat held in fabric and bone. Not because you deserve it, but because your body remembers how to hold itself without effort. The silence isn't loud. It's not pressing in. It's simply there. The kind of stillness that has been waiting for you all along. Like a room no one entered until now. You don't have to say anything before sleep comes. You don't have to make peace with anyone or remind yourself why you're allowed to rest. There is no reckoning tonight. No need to be better, stronger, kinder. Just this. Your breath slowing down, not because you've decided it should, but because it doesn't need to keep up. Your chest moves gently.
not in effort, not in urgency, but like a bell that stopped ringing and now only hums softly inside the metal. The sound is not loud. It isn't meant for anyone else. It's just what happens when stillness becomes full.
The weight at your temples is not pressure from thinking too much. It's just the way your skull settles into the pillow when no one else is counting how long you've been still. Your eyelids don't have to stay closed for any reason other than what they're doing now, resting, quiet against their own skin. You aren't holding them shut like a promise. They are not guarding anything. The space behind your eyes isn't full of words or plans. It's just shadow, the kind that doesn't demand meaning. There is no need to remember who you were before this moment. No one needs to be reminded of what you've done for others. Your hands lie flat now, not because they're empty, but because they are finally allowed to stay where they are. Palms up and unclaimed by anything. Nothing asks them to move. Not a text, not a tone in someone's voice from earlier, not even the echo of a thank you that might have drifted through your mind like dust on a shelf. The blanket folds at your hips. Not tight, not taut, just settled where it fell when you turned over last. And now it stays, not because you instructed it to stay, but because gravity has long since stopped demanding anything from fabric. It doesn't care whether it's covering you well or poorly. It just is, like the way your breath moves in and out without needing permission. The warmth beneath your thighs isn't trying to comfort anyone. It's not a signal that someone will return or that tomorrow might be hard. It's only heat, lightweight, unburdened, drifting through fibers and skin, as if it knows no urgency, no reason to be more than what it is. The silence in the room doesn't have ears. It doesn't listen for footsteps or sudden sighs. It isn't waiting for you to say anything so it can respond. It's not holding its breath. There's nothing to wait for, nothing to answer. The quiet has no memory of your voice, and that's what makes it safe. It doesn't carry your tone when you speak too quickly or soften your words just before a pause. There's no echo in the air tonight, not because sound is gone, but because it isn't needed anymore. Your jaw unhinges, not because you've decided to relax, but because there is nothing left to bite down on. No worry, no unspoken apology, no sentence that needs shaping into something softer. The muscles behind your ears soften without effort, like the way a curtain drifts when a window opens just enough for air to slip through. No one watches how you move in sleep. No one measures whether your face is still or shifting. You're not being evaluated on how long you can hold still,
or how quietly you breathe. The night doesn't keep score.
The edge of the mattress near your feet feels slightly cooler, but it's not cold. It's just different temperature than where you are, like a place that has never been touched by hands or weight. It is not waiting for you to move closer. It does not expect anything from you. You don't have to choose between warmth and coolness. There is no right side of the bed tonight. No need to adjust your position, because someone might wake up feeling restless later. The space where your toes rest isn't being used by anyone else. Your ribs expand in a way that doesn't ask for approval.
They rise not because you've decided it's time, but because air comes into you and fills the hollows without resistance. There is no schedule to follow, no rhythm to match or pace to keep. The breath isn't meant to be deeper, slower, longer. It just moves through you like water flowing over stones that have long forgotten what they were shaped by. The darkness doesn't care whether your thoughts are still spinning or if some old worry has lodged itself near the surface. It's not trying to pull anything out of you. There's no light in this room, and because of that, nothing is being judged on how well it shows up. You don't need to be visible to belong here.
Your hands stay open, not as an act of surrender, but because there are no names written into their palms anymore. No list of favors owed, no reminder of someone's face when you said yes too often. The space between your fingers is not empty. It's just not full of anything that needs to be answered. It's not a vessel for future tasks or apologies left unspoken. The blanket doesn't need to know where it started or how long it will last. It isn't keeping track of the hours. It only knows how it feels against your skin. Warm, soft, familiar in its way. Not because you've earned it, but simply because it has been there for a while and forgotten what urgency is. You aren't being asked to be kind tonight. You don't have to prove that you're gentle or patient or attentive. The act of lying here isn't performance. It's not evidence of anything except the fact that your body wants rest. And so it rests, without needing to earn it. The wall beside you doesn't remember every time you've leaned against it when someone needed a shoulder. It doesn't hold the weight of conversations held too late or voices raised in quiet distress. It's just wood and paint, cool to touch if you reached out, but not expecting anything from your hand. You don't have to apologize for being here or explain why you're staying still. Your breath moves like a slow tide, not rushing forward, not retreating too far back,
but simply existing in the same rhythm it has always had, unhurried by time, unchallenged by expectation. There is no need to hold your breath because someone might be waiting on what comes next. You don't have to pause for anyone. The silence isn't heavy. It's not pressing down like a weight or demanding presence. It's simply there, like the way air settles into corners after laughter has faded, or how light lingers in glass long after it stops shining through. There's no need to fill it with words. No one is listening. You aren't being asked to speak. Your chest rises and falls without purpose, without effort, not because you've decided to breathe like this, but because your body knows its own shape now, how to move in the dark, how to stay still when no one sees. It doesn't need a reason to be gentle with itself.
You are not required to fix anything tonight. No one is waiting for you to arrive somewhere or say something that will make them feel better. There's no call from anyone who needs your voice, your timing, your attention. The quiet isn't holding its breath. It's just breathing with you, without asking for anything in return. The mattress under you doesn't remember how many times you've lain on it while trying to decide whether to answer a message or stay silent. It has no idea what thoughts passed through your mind when someone didn't reply right away. It only knows the way your body sinks into its shape, the slight give of springs and foam that holds you without needing to be praised for doing so. You don't have to promise anything to yourself. No vow to change. No resolution about being kinder or more present tomorrow. There's no need to rehearse kindness in your mind tonight. You're not being tested on how much you can carry. The night doesn't ask how many people you've helped or whether you said yes too often. There is only this, the slow descent into softness, the way warmth spreads from your core without needing a reason to stay. Your skin isn't trying to be useful. It's not preparing for tomorrow or waiting for someone else to feel better before it can relax. You're not being watched. No one is measuring how much you've done or haven't done. The air doesn't need to be perfect. It just moves through you as if it knows your form and doesn't care about anything except letting you breathe without friction. The darkness isn't waiting for a signal from you before it lets go. It's already there, already holding you, not because of what you've done, but because it has always been here, patient and quiet, like the way light lingers in glass after sunset. The weight beneath you settles deeper into the bed, as if the mattress has learned your shape not from memory, but from stillness. No longer holding what you've carried, just cradling where you are now. Your fingers unclench slowly, one by one, without any decision behind it.
like roots loosening in soil after rain. The space between them isn't empty. It's full of the kind of quiet that doesn't ask for attention, but is always there when you finally stop searching. Your arms lie at your sides, not rigid nor floppy, just present, as if they've been waiting to remember their own length. They don't need a task to justify being where they are. The air around them isn't thick with the residue of conversations left unresolved or promises made too quickly in the dark. It's light enough that your skin feels it, not as a reminder, but simply as touch. There is no one listening for you to say anything at all. Not even the silence has expectations. It doesn't watch you move, doesn't wait to see if you'll shift before settling. You don't need permission to be still. There's nothing in this moment that requires your presence, your attention, or your voice. Your shoulders are no longer drawn forward as though bracing for a knock. They rest without effort, not because they've given up, but because they've been released from the act of anticipating. The muscles along your spine don't need to tighten to protect you anymore. They're quiet now, like the way water settles in a basin after waves have passed. There's no reason to keep one hand near your face, as if ready to wipe tears or smooth wrinkles into calm. Your face is not required to perform kindness for anyone tonight. The corners of your mouth don't need to hold anything, neither a smile, nor a frown, nor the memory of having said something too soft. The breath you take isn't shaped by what might come next. It doesn't rise in preparation for speaking. There's no build-up toward saying, "I'm here," or "let me help." Your chest moves because it wants to, not because anyone has asked it to. The rhythm is slow and unhurried, not out of fatigue, but out of surrender. Your jaw unclenches as if the weight of an unspoken apology had been pressed between your teeth for so long that you forgot how soft they could be. There's no need to say anything to make peace with anyone, especially not yourself. No one is asking for forgiveness, not even in thought. The ceiling above doesn't remember what you've done or failed to do. It doesn't hold the hours you spent thinking about someone else's mood before your own sleep came. The light that once touched it during daylight has long since faded, and so have all the things it might have witnessed. Your body is not being tested on how well it can carry others' needs. There are no scores, no marks, nothing to prove. You're not required to be useful right now, only present in this moment. And even that isn't a demand. It's simply what happens when you stop trying to arrange yourself for someone else's comfort. The sheets around your feet shift slightly as if they've decided to let go of the idea that warmth must be earned.
They don't need to warm up because someone is cold. They only know how to hold heat, and that's enough. There's no urgency in their softness, no pressure to stay taut or ready. Your hands are not instruments for fixing, not tools for calming another person's fear, not vessels meant to carry relief from one place to another. They are simply yours, warm at the edges, resting on a surface that doesn't care how many times you've held someone else's hand in silence. The dark isn't waiting for your eyes to adjust so it can be seen. It doesn't need to be acknowledged or named. It just is a space where no one needs to explain themselves. No one has to appear, speak, react, or disappear. There's room here without effort. Your body fits into it, not by trying harder, but because it finally stopped measuring itself against others' needs. You don't have to think about whether someone else will be disappointed. That thought drifts through your mind like a shadow, passing over grass, there for a moment, then gone. It doesn't land. It doesn't take root. There's no reason to give it weight. No one is waiting on you to fill the space left by their absence. Your breath continues without purpose, not because you're trying to relax, but because your body has found its own way back, through layers of expectation, to a place where movement happens naturally. You don't need to guide it. Don't even have to notice it. It's already doing what it was made to do. Stay alive in the quiet. There is no message coming. No one needs you to respond. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever again tonight. The phone on your nightstand doesn't hum with possibility or memory. It just sits there, still, unplugged from demand. Its screen remains dark, not because it's broken, but because nothing inside it wants to be seen. The clock isn't counting down the seconds until you're needed again. It doesn't measure how long you've been asleep or awake. Time here is not something that can be managed. It just passes, like air through an open window at dusk, without needing to be recorded, claimed, or controlled. Your chest rises and falls with no intention behind it. Not even a sense of rhythm. Just the quiet pulse of being alive in this body, which has carried so much for so long, now finally allowed to rest without guilt. You don't have to make anything better. There's nothing wrong that needs fixing. No one is missing because you're here instead of somewhere else. The world doesn't spin off balance just because your hands are still and your eyes closed. The walls around you aren't remembering the times you stood against them, leaning too long in someone else's direction. They don't recall how many times you whispered reassurance into silence or stayed awake when exhaustion was knocking at your door. They simply hold space, cool to touch, unbothered by memory. You are not a person who must be useful. You're not defined by what you've done for others, nor judged by whether you said yes too often or no too late. Your value isn't tied to availability. It doesn't depend on how many people feel comforted when you're near. There's no need to apologize for breathing here. No reason to explain why your shoulders are down and your hands open. You aren't doing anything wrong, only being, only existing, without purpose, without agenda.
Your feet rest at the edge of the bed, not because they're waiting to step on something important, but because they've decided it's safe to stay where they are. There is no one checking on you in the dark. Not your mother, not your friend, not even the version of yourself that worries about what might happen if you stop helping. The air in the room moves through you without asking anything. It doesn't care whether you're kind or tired or full of unspoken thoughts. It only knows how to flow through open windows, between shelves, across bare skin, without needing a reason. You don't have to be careful with your breath anymore. Not because someone might hear it and judge, but because it's finally allowed to move freely through the quiet. There is no one who needs you to be strong tonight, not even you. Your body doesn't need to prove anything to itself. It doesn't have to earn rest or explain why it wants to stop moving toward others' needs. The dark holds you not because of what you've done, but simply because there's space for stillness. And that space is already yours. You are not being watched. You are not being measured. No one is waiting at the door with a request that depends on your presence. The silence isn't holding its breath. It's just breathing with you. And so you let go. Not with force, but slowly, like water seeping into earth after long drought. Your hands don't need to be full of anything. Your mind doesn't have to carry the weight of future conversations or past ones left unresolved. You are not required to fix anything, not even yourself. The weight of your arms settles into the mattress, like sand finding its level after a storm has passed. There's no effort to shift or adjust, just the slow surrender of limbs that have spent too long holding themselves ready for motion. Your palms face upward. Not in offering, but because they've simply forgotten how to close.
The skin there is quiet now, not warm from anticipation, not tight with readiness, but soft and still, as if it's been waiting only for this, the permission to stay open. You are not expected to remember what needs remembering. Not tonight. There is no pressure from behind your eyes to recall something important. The silence between thoughts isn't empty. It's full of release, like air released from a sealed jar after years beneath the earth. The sheets shift slightly as you turn, not toward anything, not away, but simply because gravity pulls at one side more than the other, and it feels easier that way. Your spine curves along its own natural path, no longer shaped by duty or posture. It doesn't need to straighten for anyone's gaze. You are not being observed. No eye scans your shape in the dark. There is no scrutiny from across a room, nor any weight of someone else's expectation resting on you like dust. You could lie here forever, and it wouldn't matter. Not because nothing will happen next, because time still moves, but because there is no measure by which your presence would be judged or missed. The house breathes around you in slow waves, the creak of wood, a faint draft from under the door. The soft hush that comes when all mechanical sounds pause for their own rest. Your shoulders have dropped not just downward, but inward, their edges now aligned with your body's true shape instead of pulled forward into readiness. There is no tension gathering at the base of your neck where it meets the skull. No knot forming from holding a smile too long or swallowing words that wanted to be spoken aloud. You are allowed to forget how you look when people watch. Outside, something passes, a car engine humming far off in the distance, then fades into silence as if it never existed at all. It doesn't demand anything of you. It isn't asking for your attention, nor does its presence require a response from anywhere inside this room. You don't need to know where it's going or why it turned left instead of right. You are not responsible for the way wind moves through trees beyond the window. Not even for whether birds hear it and decide to stay silent in their nests. The night is large enough to hold its own rhythms without needing your approval, correction, or presence to complete them. Your chest does not rise to comfort anyone. It rises because oxygen flows freely into your lungs, unblocked by worry. There's no need to regulate breath for someone else's calm. You don't have to slow it down so others won't feel anxious. This breathing is yours alone, unrushed, unexamined, unnecessary, except as a signal that you are still here. A thread of warmth spreads from your core through the length of your legs. Not heat rising like fire, but something softer. Sunlight soaking into stone after rain has stopped falling. It moves without urgency and doesn't stop at any point along its path. Your thighs relax not because they've been told to, but because their muscles no longer remember how to tense. Your feet, bare on the cool surface of the bed, are not preparing for a journey. They are not waiting to carry you towards someone's needs or even toward your own next task. The arches soften into shapelessness as if they were made only to rest upon soft things. And today, that thing is nothing more than fabric stretched across wood. You could lie here like this through the entire night, your limbs unclaimed by purpose, and no one would know it was wrong. No one would say you had failed or left something undone. The world wouldn't tip sideways because your hands stayed open instead of reaching for a phone, or because you didn't glance at messages that might have arrived.
Even if tomorrow brings voices asking questions about plans
made in silence, about things not discussed. You do not need to answer now. There is no obligation tied to the shape of this moment. You are free to be what you already are, someone whose body has simply stopped performing for anyone else's approval. The dark does not judge your stillness. It doesn't measure it against any standard, how long a person should stay awake, how many emotions they should carry, or whether their hands should remain busy with something useful. The darkness is neither patient nor impatient. It just exists as itself, unbothered by what you do or don't do.
There is no one behind your eyelids watching to see if you're sleeping well enough. No internal monitor ticking through the hours like a metronome counting time meant for repair. Your sleep isn't being evaluated. It's not under review. You are allowed to drift without needing permission from anyone, even yourself. The air in the room is still but not frozen. There is movement within it, invisible and continuous. Particles drifting slowly through space between shelves and floorboards, passing over your skin like breath that doesn't belong to you. It does not carry names or intentions. No one sent this current of atmosphere from somewhere far away with a message encoded in its flow. You're not asked to respond when someone calls out in the distance, or even if they call at all. You don't need to rise. Adjust your posture. Open your eyes. There is no reason you must shift position or lift a hand toward sound. The quiet holds everything. The unspoken words that never needed saying, and the feelings too soft for language. Your hands do not remember how many times they've been used to comfort someone else's pain. They don't recall folding clothes, handing over keys, signing papers in places you didn't want to go. These fingers are no longer instruments of service, just flesh resting on a surface that holds them without asking anything back. You could let your arms fall where gravity takes them, and it would be enough. You wouldn't need to explain why they're not reaching for the phone, or how long this stillness might last before you return to motion. The bed doesn't require an accounting of time spent resting. It simply waits, patiently, with no demand attached. Even if a storm came through later and rattled windows with sudden force, it wouldn't matter whether your heart beat fast or slow during that moment. You are not responsible for protecting anyone from noise or disruption. No one is relying on you to stay calm when the world feels unstable. Your breath doesn't need to steady others. There's a kind of safety in being forgotten, especially by yourself. Not because you've done something wrong, but because your presence has finally stopped needing validation. You are not required to prove that you exist through action or caretaking.
or performance. Your body is allowed its own life now, not one lived for the benefit of others' comfort, but simply as an existence that occupies space without justification. It doesn't need a reason to be here, only permission to stay. The light outside has left behind no trace except in memory. The last faint glow lingering somewhere beyond rooftops and tree lines, now gone completely, so nothing remains but dark with depth, like water beneath the surface of a lake, where things sink slowly without resistance. You could remain unmoving for hours and not feel guilty.
Not even when your thoughts drift into moments you once thought were important. Birthdays missed by accident, apologies never sent, promises left unkept in silence. None of those things need to be fixed now. They don't require a solution from you anymore. You are no longer the one who must carry them through time or repair what was lost. Even if someone later says they felt lonely when you weren't near, that's not your fault. Not because you chose poorly, but because all connection carries its own weight and timing that doesn't always match up with need. You don't have to explain why you were silent during dinner last week, or how long it took to answer a text 2 days ago. You are not accountable for the spaces between words spoken too late or left unsaid entirely. The warmth beneath you is not borrowed. It has no origin story. It does not come from a body that once pressed close, or from a memory of hands held too long. This heat arrives as something older than intention, like the slow seep of sun through stone after dusk settles deep into walls. You are not absorbing it. You are becoming part of its quiet persistence. Your skin doesn't need to earn this comfort. It does not have to be awake or present for it to remain. The weight above your limbs is no longer a burden. It is simply there, like the way air presses gently on closed eyes when night has fully claimed the room. A thread of silence runs through everything now, not empty, but full in its own way, not waiting to be filled, but already holding what was never missing.
You don't need to fill it with thoughts about tomorrow's obligations or whether someone still expects you to appear somewhere you've already left behind. The space between your ribs doesn't have to contract into apology for being soft.
It can remain open without offering anything in return. Your feet are no longer preparing to walk. No muscle remembers the shape of stairs. Nor does any nerve anticipate the sound a door might make when it opens. Your toes don't need to curl in anticipation of cold floorboards or resistance from carpet fibers. They rest where they fall, like stones dropped into water and left there without retrieval. You could let your jaw unclench and not notice until later that it had ever been tight, like a door hinge that hasn't turned in years but still holds its place even when no one pulls on it. There is nothing to release, only the quiet act of letting go become habit again.
The air around you carries no names, no tones from voices that used to linger just outside your ear. No one's breath echoes inside this room now, only yours, steady and unmeasured, not shaped by effort or expectation. You don't need to match anyone else's rhythm. There is no pace demanded of your lungs. Your shoulders have stopped holding the weight of what might be said next. They are no longer braced for a question that hasn't been asked. No one will come in and expect you to say something, not even if they stand at the door with their hands full of unsaid things. You don't need to rise before they speak. There is no conversation being prepared inside your throat.
No rehearsing how to soften an ending or keep someone from turning away. The silence isn't a pause. It's a place where endings can dissolve without needing closure. Words never sent remain not as failures, but as moments that chose their own stillness. You are allowed to be in this body without having to perform care, even toward yourself. Not because you've forgotten how, because you don't have to remember at all. The act of caring doesn't require your presence. It can exist independently, like a lamp left on in an empty house, not needing someone to witness it, just continuing to glow. Your hands are no longer instruments shaped by urgency or habit. They do not move because they're expected to. They don't open to pass something over, nor close around the edge of another's need. They simply lie where gravity places them, on the sheets, resting in their own shape, not pretending to be useful. The darkness is not a void. It has texture, like old fabric worn smooth from years of lying folded and untouched on a shelf. It doesn't fear emptiness.
because it knows what it holds. The absence of demand, the peace that comes without reason. Your breath moves through you without purpose. No need to regulate or deepen it for anyone else's sake. There is no one listening across the room waiting to hear if you're calm. No one counting your inhales like they matter in a list somewhere. Your breathing just happens, the way clouds drift. Not because they want to go anywhere, but simply because that is what air does. You could stay here for hours and still be enough without doing anything at all. Not even sleeping would need justification. The act of lying down isn't an offering. It's just a return to where you began, as though the body remembers how it feels to rest before anyone ever asked it to help. The quiet doesn't feel like absence. It feels more like presence, like something that has always been here and was never gone, only waiting for permission to be noticed. You are not required to make it meaningful. The stillness isn't asking you to speak into it or turn your attention toward some distant need. You don't have to explain why the light is off, or how long the room has been dark, or whether you're ready to wake up. None of that matters now. You are not being tested on awareness or responsibility. No one will come later and ask if you were present when something important happened. The air in your chest isn't holding tension. It's just there, moving softly, like dust particles drifting through a beam of forgotten sun. It doesn't need to be deep or slow or controlled. It simply breathes without being asked. Your fingers are no longer reaching for anything, not even the edge of memory. They don't grasp at moments when you were needed. They don't reach into the past, trying to fix what's already settled. They rest like things that have been laid down and forgotten, not because they were useless, but because their work was done long ago. Your skin doesn't remember all the times it touched someone else in comfort or correction. It doesn't recall every hand placed on your shoulder with good intention. It only remembers this: being warm, being still, being allowed to exist without purpose. You don't have to be careful how you lie down, not because of what might happen later, but because nothing is waiting for you to move again. No one will need you in the morning unless they choose to come find you. The bed doesn't care if you stay until dawn or wake up an hour from now. It holds you not as a service, but as something natural, like earth holding roots that don't speak back. There is no performance tonight. There is only this: weight, warmth, darkness, breath,
and the slow drift of time slipping through your body like water passing over stone. Nothing needs to be remembered. Nothing has to be done. You are not responsible for how someone feels when they wake up. You don't need to know if they were lonely during the night or whether they dreamed of you. That isn't part of what's happening now. The only thing that matters is this: your body does not have to prove it's safe, or good enough, or useful in order to stay where it is. You could remain like this, unmoved, unasked, for as long as the night wants to continue. And when you do finally shift, it won't be because you had to. It will just happen, like a leaf turning in wind that doesn't know its name. There's no need to decide what comes next. Not even tomorrow has to have a plan. You are not being judged for staying still. You're not failing at anything by not answering, not moving, not choosing. Even if someone later says they missed your voice or wished you'd been around, they don't need to be right, and you don't need to be wrong. The silence between people is not a failure. It's just space where things exist without needing explanation. Your breath doesn't have to carry anything for anyone else. It can simply move through you, like air passing over the surface of a lake that isn't reflecting anything back. There is no one here to listen, and there never was. The only thing holding you down is gravity, not obligation. And even that feels soft now, like a hand resting on your shoulder without needing to say anything. Your hands lie open now, not because you've decided they should, but because there's no one waiting to take them. No hand reaching back to claim them. The space between your fingers is not empty. It's full of stillness that doesn't ask for anything. It doesn't want to be filled with plans or promises. No need to shape the air into something useful. You are not being called upon to become a bridge between moments or to carry someone across silence. There is no current pulling you toward motion. The fabric beneath you remembers nothing of urgency, only how it settled over your body, how it folded around your limbs as if learning their quiet weight. It doesn't remember the last time you got up early, didn't remember the way your knees creaked when you rose from sleep, didn't keep track of whether you'd said, "I'm fine," too many times, or nodded when your chest tightened. It only knows this, that you are here now, and it is holding you in its softness without needing to be noticed. Your breath moves through the quiet like a slow tide returning to shore after the world has stopped watching. There's no rhythm to follow, no pattern to maintain. It doesn't matter if your inhale lasts longer than your exhale, or whether one pause stretches beyond what feels natural. The air comes and goes as it pleases, just breathing, just being there, like a small current that knows its own direction
without needing to explain itself. The dark around you isn't heavy. It's soft, like the inside of an old coat, lined with wool left on a shelf for years. It doesn't press in or demand attention. It simply is, and in its presence, you don't have to be anything but what you are. Warm, still, unclaimed by tomorrow. There is no sound from outside. No car passing far down the street. No neighbor's door closing. Not even a distant hum of appliances dreaming through their cycle. Only silence that doesn't feel like absence. It feels full, like space where things can rest without being measured for worth. You don't have to name it or apologize for its depth. Your shoulders drop, not because you've decided to relax, but because there is no reason not to. There's nothing asking them to rise, nothing requiring them to brace against imagined weight. They sink into the bed like roots finding soil they didn't know was waiting. No need to remember which way they faced before this moment. No memory of lifting, carrying, adjusting. Your jaw unclenches, just a little, then again, deeper, as though gravity is finally allowed to do its work without resistance. There's no muscle left to fight the softness of your face. The corners of your mouth relax into stillness, not because you're smiling or frowning, but because they don't need to hold anything in place. You are not being asked to be kind tonight, not to listen, not to respond, not even to care, though caring is still yours if it comes back on its own. But no one needs it now. You aren't required to show up with understanding or patience. The act of holding space doesn't need you to do anything beyond being present in your body. Even the thought of someone else's comfort doesn't reach for you like a pull at your sleeve. It floats by, like a leaf caught in slow water, and passes through without leaving an echo. You don't have to answer it, protect yourself from it, or soften into it. It isn't yours to manage anymore. The air in the room is still not cold, but warm enough that you could sleep through a dream where someone called your name and no one answered. The warmth doesn't depend on whether anyone else is nearby. It comes from within, your skin remembering how to feel itself without needing permission. There's no need to wonder what time it might be. No clock ticking in the distance. No voice saying you should be awake by now. You don't have to measure your rest against any standard of usefulness or effort. The night isn't longer because you're not doing something with it. It's simply moving forward, like all nights do. Slow, quiet, indifferent. You could stay here until the light begins to rise, not out of obligation, but because no force has called you elsewhere. No hand will come to touch your shoulder and say, "We need you now." No one is waiting for a decision from you about anything, not even yourself. There's no room in this stillness for guilt over being unneeded. There's no place for regret that you didn't do more, or that someone might have wanted something different. The space between your thoughts isn't charged with shame. It's blanketed by acceptance, so quiet it feels like sleep already has its hands on you. Your body doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't need to prove anything about how strong or gentle or willing it is. You don't have to justify the shape of your breath, the way your spine curves beneath the sheets, or why one leg rests slightly higher than the other. None of this needs explanation. No one will ask. The darkness isn't a void. It's a place where things exist without needing to be seen. A drawer left open in an empty room. A book with its pages still closed and unmarked by time. The space between two notes on a piano that never get played. They're not failures, just quiet, waiting for no one. You are allowed to lie here as long as the night wants you, not because you've earned it, but because there's no reason not to be. No debt accrued, no account to settle. You don't have to pay anything back for being still. Your mind doesn't need a task. It can wander without needing to return. It can drift into memories that feel like shadows. No names attached, just sensations. The smell of tea cooling on a table. The weight of a blanket pulled too high during a storm. The way your foot brushed against someone's in a crowded room and you didn't look up. None of it needs meaning now. Not even the silence between heartbeats. It can be empty without being wrong. There is no demand for progress, no need to grow, heal, change, or become anything different than what you are at this moment. You don't have to fix yourself just because time has passed. The night doesn't care if your thoughts return to old conversations, to things that were said and never answered. You can let them come back without judgment. Let the past drift in like fog over a field, hazy, shapeless, not quite real anymore. You don't have to pull it closer or push it away. It doesn't need your attention. It's already gone, Your body is not preparing for anything.
Not for tomorrow, not for sunrise, not even for waking up. The muscles in your feet don't remember the walk from one room to another. Your hands don't know what they were supposed to do today. They only know that they are resting now, and that's enough. The warmth spreads through you like a slow tide returning, not because it was called back, but because there is no reason not to come in again. You aren't being watched. You're not expected to move or respond. There's no one who needs your presence to make their day whole. No voice will echo in the hall saying you were missed. Even if someone thinks that what they think doesn't have power over you tonight.
There's only this: weight, breath, darkness, stillness, and the slow passage of time moving through your body like water passing through stone, not erasing it, but shaping it into something softer. You are no longer holding space for someone else's momentary unease. The quiet isn't empty because you failed to fill it. There is no failure here, only absence of demand. You don't have to be the calm in a storm that hasn't arrived.
You aren't required to soften corners before they're sharp enough to cut. There's no test for how well you weathered someone else's mood, or whether your silence was kinder than words would have been. Your body remembers what it means to wait, how tension settles like dust in the air between two things that could be close but aren't quite touching yet. But tonight, there is no waiting, not even a sense of being ready. You are simply here, not preparing, not anticipating, not rehearsing answers to questions you haven't heard. The sheets don't require your attention now.
They lie beneath you like something forgotten, soft, worn in places where hands have rested too long, creased from the shape of a body that used to be there but is no longer needed. You are allowed to let them stay as they are. No need to smooth out the wrinkles or tuck in corners that don't care. There's a small sound somewhere beyond your ears, a faint click like glass settling on wood, or perhaps just the house breathing through its joints, and it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't signal a request. It isn't a warning. It is not calling you to wake up or rise. You can hear it and let it go without needing to understand it. Your jaw softens slowly, as if remembering how to be unclenched. The muscles in your face don't have to stay alert for expressions that might please someone else's gaze. Your forehead doesn't need to smooth over just because a thought has passed through. There is no one watching the way you look when you're not trying. You can let your hands rest where they are, palms up or down. Either way, it's fine. They don't have to be useful. They aren't waiting for something to carry. Their stillness isn't a failure of intention. It's simply what happens when the body stops expecting someone else to need them. The warmth in your chest is not proof that you've done enough. It doesn't mean you've earned comfort. It's just heat, rising from blood, moving through veins too slow to be noticed. Moving because it must, not because of any effort on your part. You don't have to decide if someone else would be better off without you tonight. You aren't being asked to measure what difference you make in anyone's life. The night isn't grading your presence or absence. There is no scorecard tucked into the pillowcase. The silence between your breaths is not a gap that needs filling.
It doesn't need meaning, explanation, or correction. It can be full of nothing, just quiet, and still be complete. You don't have to say anything to prove you're here. Your body isn't proof of being needed. It's just evidence of being alive. Your legs are not holding on to the mattress because they expect to be called upon later. They aren't stiff with readiness. They are simply lying there, heavy and slow, like stones in a stream that no longer care where they're going. The air in your lungs doesn't have to carry intention. You don't have to breathe deeply for anyone's sake. Your breath can move through you without purpose. Just movement. Just return. The rise of your chest is not a signal. It isn't a promise or a plea. It's only motion. There's no need to check if the light in the hallway has been left on. No one will come down and ask about it. You don't have to remember what you agreed to do tomorrow, because there's no obligation for that agreement to be kept. There is no consequence for forgetting. Even if someone asks later, what they ask doesn't change anything now. You can let your thoughts drift in slow circles, like leaves caught in still water. They come and go without needing permission or explanation, whether it was something said last week, a phrase half remembered from a dream, or the way someone's voice cracked when they were trying not to cry. None of it needs to be held onto. You don't have to protect yourself by keeping your thoughts in line. There is no danger in letting them linger where they will. No one is listening for patterns, for clues about what you're really thinking. The quiet isn't waiting to catch you off guard. Your shoulders relax down and away from your ears, not because of anything you've done, but simply because there's no reason not to let them fall. They don't have to carry the weight of someone else's expectations. They don't need to be held high in readiness for a call or a plea. There is no need to remember what you were supposed to say when you left that room earlier today. No one needs it now.
The silence isn't a place where things are missing. It's just a space where nothing has been asked. You can let your thoughts sink like stones into dark water, not because they're heavy, but because there's no reason to keep them floating. The darkness around you is not cold. It doesn't feel like absence. It feels like softness, like the inside of an envelope that was never sealed, like a room where nothing has been decided yet, and still everything is allowed. You don't have to be present for anything anymore, not even your own feelings. If sadness comes, it can stay without being fixed. If relief arrives, it doesn't need to be thanked. You aren't responsible for how long either one lasts. There's no rule that says you must respond to silence with action.
The net is not waiting for a gesture from you. It isn't watching to see if you're doing enough. There's nothing in this moment that depends on your effort. Your hands stay open, not because they were told to, but because there is nowhere else to go. They don't need to hold anything. No one has left a note asking for help. No voice echoes from the next room saying, "You could have done more." There's only you, breathing, still, sinking into this moment without needing to be different. Your body doesn't have to stay alert for something that hasn't happened yet. It can let go of the idea that someone might need it in a way it cannot give. The truth is simple. No one is counting on you tonight. No one even knows where you are. And so, slowly, without warning or effort, the weight begins to feel like peace instead of burden. Not because it's been lifted, but because it doesn't matter who carries it anymore. It just exists, and that's enough. There's a faint warmth spreading from your ribs outward, not as heat, but as release, a loosening inside you that isn't caused by anything outside. It's just the body letting go of what has no reason to stay tight. You can feel how soft your skin is right now, how little resistance it offers to air or fabric, how easily breath moves in and out without effort. You don't have to be strong enough for anyone else. You aren't being tested on whether you're gentle, kind, steady. There's no need to measure the quality of your presence. No one is comparing you to another version of yourself from earlier today or last year. There's nothing to prove, not even that you deserve rest. Your eyelids don't have to stay open because someone might miss seeing them close.
They can sink down as slowly as they want. Not because it's time to sleep, but because there's no reason not to let them fall. And when your thoughts drift again, when something surfaces from the edge of memory, or a sound from outside pulls at your awareness, it doesn't have to be chased away. It can stay like smoke in air, thin, passing, not needing to settle anywhere. There is room for everything here, not because you've earned it, but because nothing has asked you to make space. You are already allowed to exist as you are, without explanation, without performance, without apology. The stillness isn't empty. It's full of permission, the kind that doesn't come from outside, not even from yourself. Just being, not doing, not fixing, not reaching. You don't have to be useful tonight. You aren't required to help anyone remember anything or feel better about anything. You don't need to carry someone else's weight so they can walk lighter. There's a quiet between your breaths now that isn't waiting for anything. Not an interruption, not a signal, just space, thick with stillness, soft as dust, settling on a shelf you haven't opened in years. The kind of silence that doesn't ask to be filled. You don't have to name it. Don't need to wonder why it's there or how long it will last. It simply is. And because it is, your ribs no longer hold their shape against the pressure of expectation. They relax, not as a choice, but as a surrender to what feels inevitable. The edge of your blanket has curled slightly at the foot of the bed, not from movement, but from how slowly time slips through this room. It's not ticking, not counting, just passing, like air through leaves in a tree that no longer needs to answer for its shadow. Your feet are bare on the sheet, and you notice, not with curiosity, but with quiet recognition, that they don't ache anymore. They don't need to be ready. They aren't preparing for steps or apologies or walking into someone else's moment. The arches of your feet feel no demand from anywhere. Just warmth, just contact, just weight resting where it lands. There is a pause behind your eyes, not because you've stopped thinking, but because thought has stopped trying to do anything. It doesn't need to find resolution. doesn't have to fix what's already quiet. You don't owe the future an explanation for how you're breathing right now.
No one will ask why you didn't respond to that message from earlier, or whether you remembered the thing they mentioned at dinner. Not tonight. The memory of it stays where it is, unclaimed, unacted upon, not even slightly weighted by guilt. Your shoulders have settled into the mattress like stones in a shallow stream, no longer trying to rise up against anything. They don't need to lift when no one's asking for support. They aren't holding on to a version of you that has to be strong enough for others' needs. There is no weight attached to their softness now. No judgment about whether they're doing enough. Just the slow, patient give of flesh and bone into what it was made for. Stillness. The air in this room doesn't feel thin. It feels full, like something has been gently poured into every space between your skin and the world outside. Not cold, not heavy, just present. You can hear the faintest hum from a distant appliance, not as noise, but as texture. A low pulse beneath the quiet, like a heartbeat in another room that doesn't belong to you. And yet, it fits. It's allowed. You don't have to listen for meaning in any sound. Not the wind outside the window pane. Not the creak of floorboards settling into their own shape overnight. There is no need to interpret what they mean or whether they're warning you about something. They are simply part of the room now, like the way your breath fits inside your chest without needing permission. Your hands lie flat on the sheet between your hips, palms open, not because you were told to let go, but because there's nothing left to hold on to. No one has asked for anything from them in hours, not even an impulse. The fingers don't curl inward or twitch as if waiting to be summoned. They stay where they are, still unclaimed by any need. There's a small stillness at the base of your throat, the kind that happens when no words have been needed for a long time. No apology, no reassurance, not even an okay that's meant to soothe or excuse, just silence. And within it, you feel something settle, not like falling, but like being released into what already exists. The darkness behind your eyelids is not empty. It doesn't feel cold. It feels like the inside of a cup that was never poured from, like a place where things stay without being used or changed. You don't have to be somewhere else for it to be enough.
There's no need to move toward light or warmth because you're already in one. Your chest rises, not with effort, but with ease, like the surface of water responding to something just below. No struggle, no demand that it keep rising, just breath moving through without needing a reason. And when it falls again, it doesn't fall hard. It settles into the softness, like a leaf landing in still air. There's no one out there counting on you to wake up first. No one waiting for your voice at dawn. Not even you. You don't need to be ready for anything tomorrow.
The day's not approaching with urgency or expectation or consequence. It doesn't carry any weight that needs to land here. It can arrive as it will, unannounced, unjudged. The edges of this moment aren't sharp. They blur at the corners like ink in water. There's no line between now and then, between you and what comes next. Just softness. And within that, a kind of permission so quiet it doesn't feel like a gift. Just a fact. Your jaw has unclenched without your noticing. It wasn't tense to begin with, but now there is nothing left to hold it in place. No muscle remembering the shape of obligation. Just softness where pressure used to be. The muscles don't have to tighten for anything anymore. They can just stay relaxed. There's a warmth spreading from deep inside your chest. Not heat, not energy, but release. Like something that was coiled and holding its breath has finally exhaled without needing anyone else to hear it. It doesn't need to be seen. Doesn't matter who knows. Just the quiet unfolding of what had no room before. Your arms don't feel heavy, not because they're light, but because there's nothing left for them to carry. No weight, no demand. No one reaching out from across a room or waiting at the door. You don't have to be ready when someone comes knocking, or even if they do.
There is no need to rehearse what you'll say. No script being rewritten in your head about how to make things better, smoother, kinder, gentler. The words aren't needed. There's no one waiting for them. Not tonight. The silence isn't full of absence. It's full of presence. Of all the things that don't need to be said because they're already here. In your breath, in your skin, in your body, lying still as a stone at the bottom of a river where nothing is moving. You can feel the softness beneath you, not just the mattress or sheets, but the way your whole being seems to sink into what's allowed. Not into sleep exactly, but into something older than sleep. The quiet before things are named, before they have meaning, before anyone has asked for anything. There's no one watching to see if you're doing well enough. no scorecard in a drawer, no tally of how many times you said yes or didn't say no. Just this moment, where your body doesn't need to prove itself to be worthy of rest. The air feels different now, not just still, but full of space that isn't waiting for anything to happen. It's not holding its breath. It's already letting go. You don't have to think about what happens next. Not even the idea of mourning. It can come as it will, without you needing to prepare for it, without your mind having to carry it forward like a burden. The quiet isn't empty. It's full, not with expectation, not with demand, but with something older, the kind of stillness that doesn't need to be earned, that doesn't have to be justified. It just is. Your breath slows again. No effort, no push, just natural movement. Like water finding its level in a bowl that was never meant to hold anything but peace. And then there's a warmth at your temples, not from temperature, but from how softly your body has begun to let go of the idea that it needs to be useful, that it must be ready, that someone might need it before they ask. There is no reason to stay alert. No one is coming through the door. There are no messages waiting in a pocket or on a screen. Just you, lying here, not being anything other than what you already are. Your skin doesn't feel tight against the air anymore. It's not trying to protect itself, not preparing for touch or judgment or need. It just is, open, unguarded, allowing everything to pass through without resistance. Your breath moves through you like a slow tide turning back from shore, not rushing, not seeking anything, just returning to where it began, deep inside your ribs, curling around itself without urgency. The air isn't cold or hot. It's just there, unmarked, unnamed. You don't have to adjust for it. Don't need to welcome it or push it away. It enters and leaves like a visitor who has no reason to stay but is allowed anyway. The weight of your body on the bed isn't pressing down. It's settling, as if gravity had been waiting too long to be gentle. Your spine doesn't hold its shape out of habit. It lets go, one vertebra at a time, as though learning how not to carry itself again after so many years of pretending it was strong enough for everyone else's silence. Your hands are open now, palms flat against the sheet, fingers relaxed like roots beneath soil that no longer needs to hold anything up. Not even memory. They don't remember what it feels like to be needed. And they're not trying to learn again. They just stay where they are, quiet and unclaimed. There's a moment when your shoulders slip down, not because you told them to, but because the air around them has changed. It no longer carries the weight of expectation. The space above your collarbones feels lighter than it has in years. Not from being lifted, just from not being pressed into place. From not having to stay upright for someone else's comfort. Your chest doesn't rise and fall like a signal. It moves only because there is air and there is need, and that is enough. No message sent, no intention behind it, just breath returning to its natural rhythm, like water finding the lowest point of a basin no one has ever cleaned.
Outside, something rustles, a leaf brushing against glass, or maybe wind through thin branches far away. You don't turn toward it, don't listen for meaning in it. There's no need to decode what isn't meant for you. It passes like sound through empty rooms. No reply needed. No acknowledgement required. You feel the fabric of your shirt where it lies across your chest. The soft cotton against skin that doesn't know how to be touched without preparing first. But tonight, it doesn't prepare. It just receives. No flinch, no tightening at the edges, just the quiet meeting between cloth and flesh, two things resting together without asking anything from each other. There's no need for your body to remain on guard, not even against itself. The part that used to watch for signs of distress in others' voices, the way they paused before speaking, the space behind their eyes when something went unsaid. That part isn't awake anymore. It's not scanning, not listening for cues. You don't have to remember what people were like today or how they left things unresolved. You don't need to carry their quiet unease in your jaw, or keep track of who smiled too much and why. The evening doesn't live in you like a shadow anymore. It has passed, not because it was resolved, but because it wasn't required. The floorboards beneath the bed creak slightly, just once, and you don't flinch. Not even when that sound echoes through your ribs. You don't ask who made it or what it means. There's no room for interpretation anymore. Just a single note of wood shifting in its place, like something breathing after being still too long. Your feet are not curled at the ends. No tension gathering in the soles. No memory of walking to meet someone else's needs. They lie flat against the sheets, toes unclenched.
The arches don't ache from holding up your whole self all day. They just rest there, unasked for, unhurried, unrequired. There's a space behind your eyes where thoughts used to form arguments before they were spoken. Not anymore. No dialogue begins. No internal script runs ahead of what's happening now. Just stillness that doesn't feel like emptiness, but like something being held in place without effort. You don't need to be useful tonight. You don't have to earn rest by doing anything at all. There's no transaction between your body and the night. The silence isn't waiting for you to speak. It has no desire to be filled. It's already full of what doesn't ask to be seen.
A faraway light flickers, a street lamp, a porch bulb. But it doesn't draw your attention like it once might have. You don't wonder if someone is up, if they're alone, whether their evening felt the same as yours. There's no need to match anything with anyone else anymore. No comparison in motion. The warmth inside you has changed too. Not from effort, not from will, but because something deep down knows it doesn't have to be guarded any longer. It spreads now like a slow ripple through your core, not pushing outward, but simply being there, like heat rising from stone buried underground for centuries. Your ears don't strain towards sounds beyond the room. They just receive what comes. The faint hum of wiring in the wall, the soft groan of settling wood, the quiet passage of time across surfaces that have long forgotten they exist. You're not trying to be present. You aren't holding on to anything. You're simply allowed to be, without condition, without performance, without measuring how much you've given or how little you've kept for yourself. The air feels thick, but light, not dense with meaning. Not heavy with consequence. It just is. And so are you. You don't have to make peace with anyone. Not even with the version of yourself who used to believe she had to be ready at all times. That belief isn't gone. Just no longer active. Like a clock stopped in another room, taking on its own without affecting what happens here. Your mind doesn't move through lists of things undone or promises half kept. It just drifts now, like dust in sunlight. Not falling anywhere, but simply floating, unclaimed and unneeded. There's nothing to fix, no wound to tend, not even a scratch left over from yesterday's friction. Just skin that no longer knows how to prepare for being touched by someone else's need.
The sheet doesn't pull at your arms or legs anymore. It stays where it is. No effort required. No tugging back into place. You don't have to smooth it down. Don't need to adjust the blanket because you're too warm or not warm enough. The temperature isn't a problem. It's just right. Not because of what you've done, but simply because this moment doesn't ask for anything. The quiet is not empty. It has depth, not like sound, but like darkness that holds shapes without naming them. Shapes that don't need to be recognized or explained. They just exist, like your body lying here, unclaimed by any demand. You don't have to think about what you'll do tomorrow, or how someone might react when they hear a certain phrase, or whether the silence between two people speaks louder than words ever could. You can let it all go. The idea that every moment must be shaped into something meaningful. There's no one waiting for your presence in the morning, not even yourself. The next day isn't calling you yet. It hasn't come forward to claim you. And until then, there is only this: a body that has stopped bracing against what might happen and begun to accept the quiet certainty of now. Your breath moves through you without direction, not rising toward air or sinking into ground, just flowing like water through a channel no one built, but everyone walks over anyway. The dark isn't cold. It's not waiting for light to return. It doesn't need to be conquered or changed. It just is, a soft space between stars that don't have names yet. And you are here, not as someone who must be needed, not as a person shaped by what others say, but simply as someone whose presence isn't required to make the world feel safe. No one needs your attention anymore. No one has left a message. There's no knock at the door. No soft voice asking if you're still awake. You don't have to be awake for anyone else. The room holds you without needing anything in return. The walls aren't listening. The floor isn't holding its breath. Just air, warmth, and the slow rhythm of your body learning how not to carry itself. And now, your eyelids are heavier than they were before. Not because fatigue has won, but because something deeper inside is letting go of the habit of staying alert for someone else's voice. Your breath settles into a rhythm that isn't trying to say anything, just moving through you like wind passing through still trees, not stirring leaves, but carrying their silence forward. The warmth beneath the sheets spreads without effort, pulling in your shoulders, softening the edges where tension used to live. Your hands rest on top of the covers now, not curled, not waiting, just open and still as stones left by a tide that has already passed. There's no need to remember what was said or unsaid earlier. No memory needs to be preserved for someone else's sake. The night holds everything gently. Your thoughts, your quiet, even the space between heartbeats, and none of it is being measured. You don't have to decide if you were enough. You don't have to wonder whether anyone noticed you were here at all. You are not a presence that must prove itself by staying awake or answering first. The dark doesn't ask for your attention. It just holds the shape of where you lie, like an old coat left on a chair after someone has stepped out. Your chest rises and falls with no urgency, no signal to keep going, no pressure to breathe deeper, longer, louder. Just breath as it is, slow, natural, unasked for, but fully given. You don't have to do anything with it. The silence doesn't press against you like a weight. It rests beside you, full of its own quiet life. Not empty, not loud. It simply isn't asking anything from your voice or your attention. It's not waiting for you to speak into it, to fill the space. You don't have to say anything at all. Your body feels less like a vessel that must carry someone else's need and more like soil. Soft, still, accepting of what lies within. No one is coming through the door tonight. No voice calls your name from down the hall or across the room. The world outside doesn't require you to be anywhere but where you are. There's no tomorrow to prepare for. There's only this. Warmth that stays, breath that flows, darkness that cradles without demanding return. You don't have to protect anyone from anything, not even yourself, not tonight. Your eyelids grow heavier, not because sleep wins, but because the part of you that used to stay ready, just in case, has finally decided it doesn't need to be on guard anymore. There's no one left to reassure, no expectation to fulfill, no moment waiting to be shaped into meaning. You can let go without needing permission. You don't have to earn stillness. It isn't something you must work for. It is already here, around you, beneath you, in your breath, and the soft weight of your limbs. And now, your body settles deeper into the bed, as if it has been waiting all along for this. Not to do anything, not to be needed, not to respond, but simply to rest. Not because you've done enough or earned it, but because you are allowed to stop. Because tonight is not a test. It is just a night. And so, your breath slows further. Your hands remain open. The dark holds you without asking for anything in return. You don't have to be anywhere else. You aren't missing from any place, not even the one where you used to live. The quiet grows softer, not because it's fading, but because you are sinking into it, like a stone that no longer tries to rise. And then, no more words, just silence that isn't empty, just full of what is already here. Just rest, just being, just sleep.